doesn't have audio from the team.
So good to be back amongst the
Yes, and to the left of him is no stranger to the Eastern Football Netball League. Josh Ward, welcome back, mate. Good to have you back for another Saturday. It's good to see you, mate.
Coming out here coming out to the eastern suburbs on a Saturday, and it's exciting to have you on the hosting chair as well, Tom. So it's been a great morning so far. A close 19s game, a close reserves game. Hopefully that's a forecast to things to come. But I noticed in that 19s game as well that Montrose were particularly inaccurate, and while the senior side have had inaccuracy problems, so I see that the inaccuracy plague has spread across the entire Montrose senior side. So hopefully the conditions don't help, but it's still a big game. Wantirna South, Montrose, it's two sides that have done really well to start the season. As Matt said, two sides gearing up to make deep runs into this season, into finals. And yeah, very much looking forward to covering this game on the boundary, so hopefully it's
Yeah, it's been to hold off, I believe.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. But another person as well who's also joining us this Saturday on the Eastern Football Netball League Game Day edition is Ray Baird. Ray, welcome back, mate. Another Saturday for you. You must be closing in on more than 100, I reckon, with these.
Thanks, Blake. Yeah, no, it's great to be back. And look, and I had a bit of an entree. Division 1 when I went down to Beacon Field in South Belgrade, so I know what to expect today because you've got two great sides here doing battle. And I look back to over the years, Bruce Walker Park has been a fortress for Wantirna South, and I know that they want to get back to that again. So, weather's okay, it'll be a little bit slippery, but we're looking forward to a great game.
Indeed. I'll start off with through the game. Where do you think the game will be won personally, and pretty much what the games that we're expecting to see?
It's a very interesting. I think last time these two sides played here, I think when he said that it's half the science and then losing the point, they needed a goal at the end. I think it'll be fairly close, just because the size of everyone doesn't like to on the outside. It's not narrow per se, it's just not generate run and carry.
You're dead right there, Matty. Very short round. But I tell you what, the toss today is very important to me because I know for a fact that Wantirna South love coming home towards the club room end where 95% of their supporters will be, and they love kicking that to that end in the last quarter. But as you said, Matty, it's a very short round. The battle's going to be in the midfield. If you get the ball out the midfield enough on this ground, you'll score.
Yeah, exactly, and there's plenty of passing midfielders, as you mentioned, Matt. Lincoln Williams had a great start to the season once more. Brad Watson. I think
he was delisted. Yeah, he was delisted.
I think he missed out on the spot at Frankston's fair bowlers, so it benefits Wantirna South, but it's unfortunate for who's had a terrific couple of years. Obviously, the Division 1 best and fairest last year. Starting off like a house on fire, while we're now joined by Montrose senior coach, who he needs no introduction, Gary is. Blake, I'll let you get us on the way.
Yes, welcome Gary, welcome back to another edition of the Eastern Football Netball League Game Day. We touched base, of course, at the last game of the home and away season where you narrowly just beat Croydon. You must be happy about that. The question I want to ask is just the team for the week this week. Obviously got a couple of huge hits this week with Ben said coming into the team, and also Bailey White for the first game this year. The question I want to ask you, Gary, is where are you going to utilise Bailey White today? Because obviously, we saw him play as a midfield role for you guys, and then last week in the reserves he kicks 5 goals. So where are we going to utilise Bailey White today, mate?
Yeah, first off, good to be here, gentlemen, so appreciate the time, and secondly, is this feed going straight into the Bonnie South coaching box, is it? Maybe I shouldn't say where I'm going to play today, but no, he'll play forward, and clearly he's coming off a hamstring injury that unfortunately he did way back in the pre-season, so we're think would have been 9 weeks until his first game last week, so he got close a couple of times. But I think for what we've not got available today, I'm hoping he'll give us a target. And look, I think he's one of the most talented players we've got at the football club because of his athleticism, his agility, his size, and just how he plays the game. So hopefully he gets a good go at it, and he'll just contribute as we want all our forwards to do, which is contest in the air. When it gets on the ground, we want to have some real manic pressure and hopefully hit the scoreboard.
Gary, an absolute pleasure to be chatting with you. And just this side this week, you've lost Ryan Garthwaite and Greg Ward, but you bring in Bailey White and Ben Descent. Do you feel like this is almost your near full strength side to start the season? I know it's a big call early on, but do you feel like it's near full strength now?
Oh, not really, because I don't feel that any game that we've played thus far have we actually been able to achieve a 4-quarter performance. So you're right, Ryan's not available today, Greg Lord's not available today, and young Noah Wharton, who I think's been fairly solid for us down back as well, he's unavailable, and there's probably a couple of guys out here in the reserves. Brad Batten Leach is unavailable too. So, but one of the things we wanted to do after last year, and that was a real, I guess, seeing and feeling out season for me to see what I had, and those guys will always add, but they're not going to help you win, lose or draw the game today. So you need what we want, and that's a performance that we know is Montrose style. And there's a lot of guys who are playing today who have sort of been playing in starts and periods of quarters, so we know what we're trying to do. But we're still a very, very young side. Like you look at Ben Johnson's our number one ruckman, and Ben's only played possibly 16 or 17 games now. And you've got Darcy Laurie, who's out of the 19s, Dan Chamberlain out of the 19s. You've got, obviously, Taj Heap, who's now probably played close to 35, 40 games. Bailey White's probably 35, 40 games. Bo Tennant, similar. So Ben Schulte plays his second game today after debuting last week. So we're still trying to push what we think is going to be the future, but we also believe that, we need to be playing our best footy today, because Wantirna South here are a very, very good side, and they've probably been a bit stiff. They've lost a couple of games by not much at all. So the whole competition in Div 1 is very, 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 very similar, I think.
Ray. Gary, you mentioned Montrose footy there. What is Montrose footy? Without, obviously, like you said, the feed could be going anywhere, so don't get too much away. But what would you describe Montrose footy as?
Well, we want to try and get speed on the ball if we can, because we think we're a side, albeit that doesn't have those big clunking forwards, or even, for that matter, big, tall defenders. So I'm very much a skill-based coach.
Yep.
And I want to see us use the ball. I want to see it being able to overlap that running sort of style, I guess, that I was potentially brought up on way back in the late 70s and early 80s, especially when Alan Jeans came to the club. But I also want to see us getting better on the other side of the game, and that's our defensive mechanisms, and that's that manic pressure that we need to bring, because clearly when you're in this caper, you don't see a lot of high-scoring games.
No.
So you're probably going to have maybe 12 goals that you try and aim for every week. But clearly it's then what are you doing when the opposition have the ball? And if our pressure's off, then any team is going to be able to beat you.
And with that speed on the ball, we were talking before, Ray and I, that it's quite a short ground. So sometimes you can find some players sort of don't feel useless, but where they would usually be a key link in the chain, they're sort of unnecessary. So how do you go about, maybe not unnecessary, that's the wrong word, but how do you go about adjusting that to ensure you get speed on the ball on a ground that might not be as spacious as others? Yeah,
it's a style of play that we think should play exactly the same way, whether it's a small ground or a big ground. And of course, I don't think they come that much smaller than Montrose either. So, we train there all the time, and we obviously had a taste of finals last year out there at, Boronia, which is a big ground. Beaconsfield's a big ground. Bayswater's a big ground. And I think the way we play has to always have some sort of consistency, and you've got to adjust. And there's nothing wrong with, even on these smaller grounds, going out and then trying to come back inboard anyway. And again, I encourage the guys to take the corridor on, and it's easier said than done, of course, because you know, sometimes they're a little bit more concerned about if they don't get it right. But I'm a coach that says, well, what about if you do get it right?
Yeah. Gary, I've been watching your results from afar, and I get the impression that you know, you haven't played your best football as yet, and that's question one. And question two, you must get a lot of pleasure out of seeing some of these young kids when given their chance playing in the senior side as well.
100%. No, I agree entirely too. I don't think we've played anywhere near what I feel we're capable of. I think we're probably going at about 60%. And I think that's to do with a few things. You got Michael Schwab, who's new. You got Sam Walker, who's new. You got Geordie Nagel, who's new. We're obviously still introducing our younger guys because I want to see what the team is going to be potentially for the next premiership side for Montrose. So, and that was very much a springboard for me from last year. So we played 46 players last year. We haven't had all our personnel available. This is Bailey White's first game. Bo Tennant didn't do a lot of pre-season. Ryan Garthwaite, we've only had him for 3 games. So again, they're all coming into a system and we've got to get that connection and chemistry. So, and I just love playing the boys because, as in younger, because I think they're the ones that'll be the future of the footy club. And that's not to say that there's guys in our reserves or 19s that can't play or won't get an opportunity, but where will they be when we've got our best side?
Yeah, all righty, just one more question before we head off, Gary. As well, I think the big one as well, from a talking point of view, is the goal kicking. Do you feel like that's, you know, you should be winning games by, you know, obviously you want to kick goals, but do you feel like the goal kicking inaccuracy is costing games for Montrose this year?
Not this year. Certainly last year I felt it did, and we probably could have finished in the top 3 if we had won a couple of those games. But we did actually get your dad down on Thursday night.
Yes, that's correct. I did want to mention it on the broadcast, but we did.
That's right, we did.
Did they do any goal kicking practice or just listening?
They did.
Just listening.
Did he mention how he kicked 900 goals?
He did actually say that he's remembered every single goal that he's ever kicked over his footballing career, but clearly he's been one of the best at local level, as we know, and of course the longevity. So I always feel that if you've got an asset that's in your organisation or outside your organisation and you've been able to contact that person or whoever it may be, why not utilise it? So we know it needs to be better. Probably South Belgrave, if I come back to one game where, we should have been certainly more accurate, but it's either got to be your technique or what you're actually feeling at that moment. As you're not talking process, you're actually talking about what's going to be the end result. So that little man on your shoulder saying lots of funny things to you, and I think you should always use your brain for good and not evil. Did
Nick find that it was more fact that guys don't have processes rather than technique? Because most guys, if you're kicking one to another, obviously the player can move, so that helps, but they're fine, and then it's the pressure situation where, like you said, the man on your shoulder. Did Nick find that most of the guys actually just didn't have a process?
No, we actually have a few, because that's been something that actually I brought to the club when I said, boys, don't deviate off your process or your routine or your technique. But what happens is then they miss, and then of course they think, I've got to change it. So whereas they've just got to be courageous to stick at that, and Nick touched on that. And also too, he spoke about what works for you, and I think that's really, really important. So someone like Brad Watson, who's not probably the longest kick, in the club, he actually probably needs to get a little bit of momentum in his running stride to then actually hit the ball or strike the ball, and then away he goes. Whereas someone like Bailey White, he actually used to lean a little bit to the left at point of contact. So what that does is your trunk rotation brings your right leg around a little bit. So the mechanism that you're using is not quite right. Or you see a lot of guys, instead of being square to the target that they're kicking to, which is the goals, they'll lean left or right, or their guiding arm really drops down suddenly, and then they'll sort of have to rotate their trunk. Other guys drop it outside their right leg. So there's always little things that we do.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much for giving up some of your time today, Gary. All the best for today, and hopefully you can walk away with the 4 points today, mate.
Thanks very much, guys, and good calling.
No worries.
I could have spoken about biomechanics for a lot longer there. I love biomechanics chat, Josh, because it's something people, when you go to the AFL as well, people go, how's he missed that?
Yeah.
We're paying him $500,000. How's he missed that? And then we'll just explain why he's missing it.
I'd rather not talk about biomechanics because I'm an absolutely horrible kick.
Yeah.
But that's why, Josh. You need to talk biomechanics.
Alrighty, so let's go back to Eastern Football Netball League Premier Division now as we speak. A couple big games as well. There's always a couple big games in Premier as we touch about. But I reckon the first game we'll touch about is the Naval Park v Doncaster East. Massive game. You know, the Bulls, of course, have had a great start to the season from being reigning premiers, and Doncaster East, they were a bit not on their best day. Josh, talk us through what you think about the game.
This is a very interesting game just because, you know, Doncaster East are coming off a really bad a loss they wouldn't have expected against the, you know, Blackburn side that had their struggles on an attacking side of things when we saw them in their first 2 games. But yeah, they kicked 11-20. That always costs you a game whenever you're kicking inaccurately. So they'll be determined to bounce back. But of course, there are a few changes. You know, they've lost Taylor Duman, who's had a great start to the season, Josh DeLuca as well. So a couple of big losses. But yeah, Noble Park, they've done really well to start the season, Ray, and we saw them obviously round 1. It was a terrific victory, and they've just continued on that. But last year when these two met at Pat Wright Senior Oval, Doncaster East did comfortably win against Noble Park, so that could play in their favour. But I think, I think it's going to be a mountain to climb for Doncaster East after a rough performance last week.
Yeah, I agree, Josh, in the fact that you know, they're playing some great football, Noble Park, and they deserve to be where they are. But to me, I think leading into this game, I think that the bit of a hiding that Doncaster East got last week could shake them up a bit, and I'm actually going to pick Doncaster East to beat Noble Park today.
Is it at Noble Park?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they won there last year, and Doncaster East last year actually had the occasional slip-ups as well against teams we didn't expect them to lose. So I think they lost to Park Orchards last year.
Twice, actually.
Park Orchards twice, and then I'm pretty sure there was another game where they let slip. So, yeah, I think sometimes, you know, and Blackburn are a very good side, playing at home, have great midfield. So, like, as we said today, midfield, if you've got a good midfield, you're probably in more contests than you're not. So maybe that was the thing that tripped them up. And Noble Park, again, you don't want to peak too early in the season, and Steve Hughes would know that. So there's going to be games every now and again where it doesn't go to trend because teams are at different stages of their season. It's not just a straight line, as with anything. So I can see where Ray's going, and Doncaster East's talent is unrivaled. I'll join you, Ray, because no one can chase me up anymore.
Josh, I didn't get your tip.
I think
he's got a hunch.
I do have we've all got, those two definitely have hunches. I think I tipped Doncaster East on the weekend forecast as well. I think, in fact, I tipped Noble Park, and I'm sticking with them. But I'm not going to be completely surprised if Doncaster East get up because, they'll want to bounce back in a big way, and it wouldn't surprise me when the final score comes in the end of the day that they get up. We need to get your tip, Blake.
I think I've got to go Noble Park. You know, they've started the season really well with the injuries that they've had. That's no excuse, but they're just ticking a lot of boxes for me.
It is an excuse. I think injuries are an excuse. I get that, individual game performances. Like, let's say Montrose had 10 outs today. That once the players are out, there's no excuse. But there's an overarching season thing. There is. I think it's a valid excuse.
It's just where your depth comes in, though. Like, you got to have good depth.
I get that, but it's hard to plan for X number of years.
Before we get into another big game, I just want to give a quick shout out to Vermont champion Robbie Ross playing his 200th game today. A true Vermont legend. Josh, you want to talk about that as well?
He's the 10th Vermont player, I believe, to pass 200 games. So it's a great achievement for such a great club. It's had a long and storied history, especially in the AFNL. And we congratulate him just because it's a terrific effort, especially after going down with the season-ending injury at the start of last season. It's a great story, and hopefully they get up. But it should be a ball win, Ray.
And I'd just like to say about Robbie Ross, one of the toughest footballers I've seen in the Eastern Football League, within the rules, but he is as tough as they come.
Yeah, and so obviously, they've got a tough match-up in Baldwin, of course, this week, but what do you think of the game, Matt? Do you feel like...
It's like thrown to me halfway through a chicken sitch. Baldwin should win that pretty comfortably. Vermont are halfway through a rebuild, or maybe at the start of a rebuild, and Baldwin, I went and watched them on Good Friday. They're good. They're very good. They're that team we thought they probably would have been for the last 2-3 years, and maybe the change of voice, and also players have different motivations. I know Charlie Haley is not playing this week, but he's obviously trying to test himself at a higher level, so maybe his standards have risen, and they've included a few more players that standards have risen as well. So Bourne should be comfortably, and sorry to the listeners, I got...
Sorry,
I'd just taken a bite in the roll.
I didn't say. Anyway, all right, so I think we're going to go Bourne.
Bourne, yeah.
Yeah. Another big game as well. Ray, I'll give you thoughts on this one. It's the Roval v South Croydon game, and you know, South Croydon, they were in the game last week against Noble after a poor second quarter, you would say, and Roval, the old saying, good teams find a way to win. Do you feel like, this game, it could be another shape-up win for any side? It's a mystery, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, I'm going to pick Roval, and I'll admit the only reason I'm picking Roval is because it's played at Seabeck, and they have a very good record against South Croydon in recent years down there at Seabeck. If it was played at Cheong Park, I'd probably go the other way. But it's a game that, more importantly for Roval to win after they got over the line last week, and I think they'll get home.
Yeah, I think so too. Seabeck Oval, they've made it a fortress. Well, yes, they lost their only 2 home and away games at Seabeck Oval, but it's still a hard ground to travel to, and I think they should get up here. But South Croydon have shown they're up for the fight, and they'll definitely be a challenger. But no Matt Jones, no Brandon Wood as well for them. That's two somewhat big losses, and Roval are almost. You
guys have actually watched South Croydon. Obviously, Ray's watched Roval, but you guys have watched South Croydon. Like, their performances have been strong, but do you think, like, we're talking about Roval's depth and their youth and stuff, do you think South Croydon, they're at the end of a cycle, aren't they, Ray? So, yeah. and coming up, they're an ageing side, and they're coming off, I know they played well off the 4-day break, but we'll catch up with them. I reckon Roval might have the legs. And Roval are bound to click into gear, and they might have learnt from last year where they shot out of the blocks and then sort of didn't stumble to the line, but they were running out of juice. So again, people learn how to time their run, and I think Roval are doing that this year.
Yeah, I reckon I'm going to back the underdog. I feel like South Croydon, I think they have had patches, definitely that third quarter, but it's going to be a hard one. It's a hard one to tip, but as I said before, I think South Croydon, I reckon but yeah, just Roval just haven't been at where clubs will be. And now we are now joined by the Wantirna South senior coach, Brett Moyle. Brett, welcome aboard to Eastern Football Netball League game day.
Thanks for having me, guys, and thanks for taking our game this week, which is good.
No worries, mate. Just to touch on your season so far, you feel like you've been in games, but you just haven't had the right results. Talk us through that, mate.
Yeah, well, we're 2-2, but could, I guess, in all 4 games, we've been in front of the 25-minute mark of the last quarter, and and in all 4 games, we've been in front by 3.5 goals at some point during the game. But just the 2 that we let slip, we just didn't put away, unfortunately. So that's as part of this competition, it's always competitive, and teams don't just don't hand you anything. So we've just got to get better at being a bit more ruthless and putting those games away.
Just talking as well, you call this ground kind of a bit of a fortress, it's a pretty small ground, and you like to utilise the ground pretty well down here, I've been told.
We're trying. I guess I'm sort of only, I think this is my 3rd home game here, so it's sort of, I'm starting to, I guess I've got to get to learn the ground as well, but I think there's definitely some niches in it, and we're actually trying a couple of things today which are a little bit, just nothing spectacular, but just probably more channeling a couple of setups around the ground. Yep.
Brett, you've had like you said there, you've been probably in winning positions. Well, you have been in winning positions in all 4 games, but you've had a pretty tough run to open it up. You haven't had a game to sort of settle in, have you? Like, you open up with Murrabak at Murrabak, who, despite having fallen off a little bit, are still a very good side. Mitcham, who many think are going to be right up there again, and as you mentioned, with 5 minutes to go, you should have had the game buried. And then South Belgrave lost by a point. So it's a hard one because you're 2-2, but as you said, there's a lot more positive than negatives. Is that something that you've been trying to drum into the guys that, yeah, we've lost a couple, but really, we're going pretty well?
Yeah, I think there's that, and there's also, I guess, myself as a new coach coming in, and whilst, we've got a lot of established senior players, I guess, for me, they're all new.
Yeah, exactly.
So, certainly, over those 4 weeks, we've changed positions with a few guys, and I start to learn them a bit better and think that I can use a couple a bit better than what I had previously. So, as you say, we didn't really get, there was, and I think that's a competition as a whole. We haven't had any easy games.
We've been Croydon a second bottom.
We were behind at the 25-minute mark last week. So, but I am hoping, I think we're on the right track, and again, we've got Montrose today and Beaconsfield next week, so it doesn't get any easier.
When you came across, like you said, you're a new coach, how many people from the previous administration, that's the wrong word, it's very basketball-y, isn't it? The previous administration hung around to sort of help you, or did you come in with your own guys and sort of everyone started fresh?
No, I didn't really bring anyone with me. I think the difficulty that I had with that is probably anyone that might have come with me are North Ringwood people, and now I've got to compete, and they probably had to face competing against North Ringwood, which was tricky. So really the majority of people that I've got are Wantirna South people, which is great. Michael Jamison, who would be in the argument, I reckon, to be amongst their best player ever. I played junior footy. Jam and I used to actually play on each other all the time when we were kids. And he was the one who reached out with me, and he's my assistant coach, and he's a very smart footy person. So having his help, as well as him being a real devil. Strong link to being a devil, has definitely helped.
G'day, Brett. It's great to be chatting with you once again, mate. You know, whilst you're 2-2, you've still done well on the attacking side of things. You know, you haven't. I don't think you've hit the 100-point mark, but you've still consistently hit 90. That must please you, being able to continue to consistently hit high scores.
Yeah, we've been able to score. We probably have leaked a little bit, but I guess, to be honest, that's probably part of how, I guess when I went for a couple of coaching discussions late last year, it was, well, what's your coaching mentality? And I guess it all depends on the group that you have. But in principle, I'd prefer to score than defend, I guess. So it's, you want to... I probably don't want to be coaching sides to win 50-40. I prefer it to be a little bit more the other way. With that said, we probably have leaked consecutive goals a few times, so we want to sharpen that up. But, the fact that we've been able to hit the scoreboard without maybe who, I guess, at the start of the year and who I still think will be our best key forward, Liam Hewitt, hitting the scoreboard munch has been pretty good.
Well, one player that has hit the scoreboard consistently, though, Kai Barlow, kicked the 10 goals in the first 4 games. You must be really impressed with his impact. He had a great season last year, but 10 goals in 4 games is a really impressive effort.
He's a competitive little bugger, Kai. He's really good contested mark for his size. And pretty, because he's little, which is different to his dad. I played on his dad, and his dad, I think once he dragged me to the goal square and I was yelling to half from the bench, like, get me away from here, because KB was a bit big. Kai's different, but still takes a really good contested mark, and he's really brave on the ground too. So I think his footy's definitely gone to another level this year, which is great.
Brett, this is one of the grounds in the Eastern Football League where getting the ball out of the centre clearance is very important because it's so short down the corridor. Do you think you've got the midfield to do that? And having said that, I think you've got the midfield that also are goal kickers as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess, particularly as you sit here, I guess one end is a little... the centre bounce, like they're not side by side either, so even one end is a bit closer to, it can be sort of one kick and the ball lands in the goal square. So you're right, centre bounce is a key. Jake Deness has played in the ruck for us the last couple of weeks after sort of starting more as a forward, and that's probably been one change that I guess if I went back to the start of the year, I might have started with that, but Jake's been excellent the last couple of weeks now, and obviously having Lincoln Wong in there as well, and we've rotated a few others through there, but I think having Jake and Link as a starting point is a good start.
Brett, I've seen a lot of games played here on this ground, and for some reason or other, Wantirna South always like kicking to the club rooms end in the last quarter because that spectator group down there. Is this something as a coach you want to do as well?
No. The instruction to Jake as captain is if there's a win, we kick with the win first, and then and then obviously if it happens to fall, if the wind's going away from the change rooms and we end up going that way in the last quarter, well, that'd be nice because you're right, the crowd do get involved at that end of the ground for sure. But no, we'll always take the wind if it's there to start.
Alrighty, thanks for joining us, Brett Moyle on Eastern Football Netball League Game Day, mate. All the best for today, and hopefully you can walk away with 4 points.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Brett Moyle there.
Proper coaching masterclass today, isn't it, Blake?
Yeah, it is.
Ayres and Moyle, two of the greats.
It's quite remarkable. We've got an A-team of coaches. We've got an A-team of callers today. A-team left, right, and
centre.
It's a set for just a grandstand game.
I enjoyed Blake you know, through gritted teeth, telling Brett that, you know, hopefully you get the 4.
Anyway,
I think we should get stuck into some other matches, Blakey.
Yeah. So we'll continue on with Premier. We've got a couple more games. We'll just go through it all. Blackburn and Berwick. Where do we see this game, boys? Who are we going to go there?
Well, after last week's result, you've got to go for Blackburn. You know.
Where is it?
Water Park.
Morton Park.
I reckon that actually brings Berwick back into it. Because the smaller the ground, as I've mentioned a couple of times, the smaller the ground, the sort of more your star players can drag over the line. And did someone say Travis Tuck's back?
Yeah, I believe
Travis Tuck's a 5-goal player for them. So I think you still have to go Blackburn, but I think it'll be closer than you think because Berwick get those star players back. Smaller ground, I think, actually suits them because they don't need as many key tools to sort of link the game up. And if it does rain, Travis Tuck will go to another level. He's like Aquaman. Right?
And last year, Berwick did draw and get the 1 win against Blackburn.
I think the year before that was one of their wins, or maybe Northring will beat Blackburn there too, because they have struggled since the new rooms got built. Ray, they've actually struggled at home.
Yeah, but I did tip, and this is as rough as you can get. My super boost roughie was Berwick, but I still think Blackburn they're going to be riding high after what was a terrific.
So you called your roughie Berwick, but you're not actually tipping. Oh. You can't do that.
Yeah,
I've done that a couple of times. I've done that to start the season. So
each way bet.
Yeah. Anyway,
win-win. But I think Blackburn. I do have a hunch that Berwick can do well. Yeah, they probably do enjoy the smaller ground, and Travis Tuck is going to be a massive key. He'll play a big role, but yeah, I still think they'll be a lot closer than people think.
Yeah. Just 2 other games before we get out of the Premier Division. Norwood taking on Park Orchard. I believe it's the 20-year reunion of Norwood.
What year would that be, Mike?
2003.
Well done.
Yep. I think it was a premiership there, senior premiership. So massive day down there at Mullum. Boys, again, it's a hard one because you don't know what Norwood are going to bring, and Park Orchards, of course, I don't think they've had the greatest start. So
loser goes down.
Yeah,
I reckon.
Yeah.
Well, you got double religation.
Fair enough.
I think Berwick beat Vermont earlier in the year, and then Vermont have shown that they can pump Norwood. So you're using that sort of process of elimination, and I think Berwick win enough games at home. And then Park Orchard's actually going all right, but they just can't seem to win. If they lose again today, Ray, all of a sudden it's that little man on the shoulder that Gary Ayres was talking about. Yeah. I think it's the losers in real trouble.
Matty, nothing's changed from last year with your thinking, because for the first 7 weeks last year you said Ferntree Gully will play finals. Now today...
Well, they almost did.
Yeah, and today you're gone the other way as well. So.
I reckon, if Park Orchard lose their 0-4, they'll be a game adrift from... they'll be 2 games adrift from Norwood. There'll be and then you've got sides like... It's hard for them. And then Norwood, if they lose again, it's not been a great trajectory.
I understand what you're saying, but it's an early call in the season.
Well, you've got to make double relegations, Ray. You've got to
I know that. I realise that.
We love an early
boys.
Sorry, anyway, I'm going to tip Park Orchards.
I'm picking Park Orchards too.
I'm tipping Park Orchards too, yeah.
Okay, I think...
was it a draw last week at Roval? Or was it close?
No, Roval were behind at 3/4 time and just got up.
Right,
yeah.
Anyway, last game in Premier, Doncaster taking on East Ringwood. The Roos were very good last week. Do you feel like they can bring that more consistency yet again? And do you reckon it could be a little bit ugly?
10 goals, Blake. 10 goals. Yeah. You can try your best, Blake, but 10 goals.
Josh, I believe there's a few outs at East Ringwood as well.
Yeah, they've lost Corey Preston.
But they'll still win.
They should still win. They've got Ryan Exton, who's a former Coburg captain, coming into the lineup. So, that's even more VFL experience coming in. And I think they're, 10+ goals, I reckon, out there at Transfer.
East Ringwood for me as well.
Yeah. Corey Preston's the ex-Ferntree Gully.
Yeah, Corey Preston. So they've lost Corey Preston, Sam Louse and Connor Waitman to VFL duties. So, they were strengthened by those VFL.
They won't play as well as they did last week, but East Ringwood are going to play finals.
Yeah, I think so.
And Doncaster are going to be battling it out with the Norwood, Park Orchards, Berwick, etc.
Yep, alrighty. We're going to take a quick break. After that, we'll get into Divisions 2, 3 and 4. Thank you.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. It's the Victorian Responsibility Gambling Foundation. Love the game. Responsible. Yeah. Love the game, not the odds round. And we're down here at Walker Reserve between Montrose and Wantirna South. Before we get into divisions, I just want to give you a quick reserves score update. We have Wantirna South 9-9-63 to Montrose 6-3-39.
Well,
They overturned that, didn't they? Because I reckon when we started pre-game, Blake, Montrose were up by a few goals.
Indeed.
Yeah, I said earlier it was a close game, but now it's not so much. So let's hope the seniors is closer.
That's still close enough.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to touch base now. We're going to go into Division 2 now. We've got a couple of good games down here in Division 2. I think the main game that we're going to really talk about is Mulgrave taking on Templestowe. What do you feel of this one, boys? Obviously, Templestowe, they've been up the ladder a bit, and Mulgrave, they just haven't exceeded expectations, I feel like, with Mulgrave.
It's a hard one because I think I put Mulgrave in my top 5 at the start of the year, and they were impressive last year. They played some good footy. Obviously changed a coach, brought in a couple of ex-AFL players pretty straight out of the system. And then Templestowe are in a similar boat, but maybe a bit more of an older brigade. And Mulgrave last week, they lost by a few goals, but they still managed to kick 13 or 14 goals, I think, in the end against Waverley Blues. And sometimes, like, the Waverley Blues are that sort of team where they're going to kick 20-odd. So it's not actually the worst idea to try and play a shootout. So I'm pretty bullish on Mulgrave, but Templestowe, on the other hand, have got so much class, Blake, and they've been winning some big games. So the winner of this stays right in the mix for finals, and the loser's got a bit of work to do.
Well, I honestly think, they've started really well at Templestowe, and they've got a full strength side. You know, you've got Sean McMillan, of course, next Montrose man coming into the lineup, Jai Hardwick and Nick Batson. Let's add that to, Michael Fogarty's had a great start to the season. Cameron Cloak just continuing to do what he does best. Jared Healy, Bo Mitchner as well. Carl Giovanni, who's had a really great start to the season. It's a really strong lineup. I'm a bit more bullish on Templestowe. I think I did put Mulgrave in my top 5, but they're just a hard side to trust, and they've struggled.
I don't know. I got a funny feeling about Mulgrave, Ray. I don't know if you've got a similar one.
Yeah, no, look, I had my doubts at the start of the season about Mulgrave. I didn't have any great expectations for them, but the way Templestowe has started the season and they've got momentum up now, I think they'll win this game probably by eight goals.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe a little less, but I won't be surprised if it's around that 8-goal mark.
I'll go Mulgrave, right?
Yep. I think I'll go Templestowe. They're really starting to hit their straps, which is good to see. Another game that we're going to talk about is Heathmont taking on East Burwood. Again, boys, where do we see this game playing out?
Well, it's...
it's weird talking. I haven't spoken about East Burwood without Spider for years.
And we didn't have him on yesterday as well. It was weird not talking about East Burwood.
What's going on at East Burwood, Josh? Because you're all over this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I've got the scoops. I've got the scoops. I don't have any scoops on East Burwood, but I just think they've been struck hard by injuries and players leaving. You know, Matt Mariani, I believe from what we're hearing, it's his wedding today.
Good luck to him.
Yeah.
And Cody Logan as well has had a terrific start to the season. You know, they've brought back players like Ed Rixton and Maxwell's, but they're still missing plenty of talent, and it's just it's a bit of concern.
Have they won yet this year?
I think they've won once. I'm not too sure. I think it was Mulgrave round 1 actually. Yeah. So, but I think it's now 3 or 4 losses in a row, and Heathmont, we didn't have high expectations for this season after what they went through last year. You know, they'd lost plenty of players, but this Heathmont side of full strength. I was out there for the Parker Cup a couple of weeks ago on Friday night, and I was really impressed by them. I think they're going to be a really good side this season, and they're making the Hangar a tough place to travel to, and I think it'll be a tough place to travel to here. I'm backing the Jets to get the win here, eh?
Yeah, I think the Jets will get the win as well. But you look back at last season, they were decimated with injuries. They had that many, and this year, East Burwood, they haven't got the depth to cover the players who are out of that side. That's their problem. So for Heathmont, for mine.
Yeah, and then next game we'll also talk about is the Ringwood Footy Club taking on the Basin. Do we feel like Ringwood can start being consistent? Obviously they had a big win last week against Upper Ferntree Gully, but do you feel like if Ringwood win today, their consistency for the season can kick-start their season? I know they had a rough loss against Heathmont, as you touched on, Josh, with the Parker Cup. Do you feel like this could kick-start Ringwood's season yet again, but after,
I think so, yeah. They'd like some momentum just because I feel like they're going through a bit of change. There's still a great side led by, a super coach in Brett Moyle, but I think
Brett Moyle. He is a super coach. He is a super coach, but he's here.
I'm having a rough day already, but Brett Roy has done a terrific job with them, and they lose Mitch Burden, they bring in Tim Jones, they'll get up and about.
They're not like for like though.
No, they're definitely not like for like. Jones a defender, Burton a forward, but it's Tim Wax 150th game. You got
they'll definitely win. I think the Basin have. Justin Stanton left and they've had a few players leave, so they've sort of dropped off. So Ringwood will definitely win, but in terms of where they'll end up, Ray, I think they're striking me as a bit of maybe not Richmond, but those sides they've obviously been at the top for quite a while. They lose a couple of guys. They won't ever drop right off straight away, but I don't think they'll challenge deep.
Well, pre-season, I mentioned the old clock system, and to me, they've gone past that. They've got to work their way all the way around, but having said that, look, they'll get the job done today, without a doubt.
Yeah, anyway, so we all go Ringwood on.
I think it could. We potentially touted it as a lot closer than people think as well, but I think Ringwood should get up.
Yeah. Next game as well, we got Upper Ferntree Gully taking on the Waverley Blues. Do you feel like this game could, again, like the East Ringwood Doncaster game, could get pretty bad? You reckon?
Waverley Blues have kicked 100 points a game. Yeah. And Upper Gully have kicked 45 points a game.
Yeah, I think it's going to get ugly.
We'll go Waverley?
Yeah, without a doubt. Yep.
And
you don't want to use your super boost roughie there, Josh?
No way. No way.
and then the last game as well. I think they're rivals. I think Baronia and Knox, they kind of live right next to each other. So another rivalry.
There's a million teams in this Knox Council, though, isn't there?
I have to say, but
we have to say Baronia should be
the top versus bottom as well. So it should be a comfortable Baronia win.
Do you think Upper Gully beat Knox? But is that Is that a surprise?
It was a bit of a surprise to me.
It was a bit.
Knox seem like they're a better side. I always, at this stage of the year, I always use percentage as a bit more of a guide, and their percentage is much better than Upper Gully. So
maybe they just had an off day.
Yeah, maybe.
No.
Yeah. All right. Now we're going to touch Bath to probably the hardest divisions to tip, as our media manager Ryan Love would say.
That's an understatement.
It's pretty much very hard. You just don't know what team's going to show up, and you don't know. And the first game we'll touch on about is the informed Whitehorse Pioneers, who have won 2 games in a row. They just beat Furniture Gully last week. They take on the team that's meant to be up there in Donvale. Boys, again, I'll throw the question out. Where do we think this game could go?
Well, look, Donvale at home, they're hard to beat, and particularly at home. And I think they're just going to have a little bit too much experience for Whitehorse and Donvale for me.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, Whitehorse, good performance, but I think it's going to be a struggle for them against the Donvale side, who I personally think is the team to beat in Division 3.
Yeah, Donvale, again, if you're looking at it, average 100 points a game, and only concede about 60 odd, just over 60, 65, and Whitehorse are only kicking 70 points a game. So it's hard at Donvale too. Donvale is a unique ground in terms of just the way it runs. It's got that slope. It's also so wide. And Whitehorse, as Andrew Hanning said a couple of weeks ago on the weekend recovery, he said they're a developing team. So at the moment, them winning games is good and learning, but I don't think they'll win today.
Yeah, another game as well. Warrandyte taking on Fair Park. This game, it has to be the start of Warrandyte's season, you know, to go, I think, 0-5, and they're playing against Fair Park, who are expected to be, you know, around that lower end of the table. Where do you guys see this as well for Warrandyte? Do you feel like they need to kickstart their season?
Well, they
today?
need to. Like they obviously need to. I think they'll win. I think they'll win today. It's a hard one because who have they played so far? They've played Donvale, the top side. They've played Ferntree Gully. No, they haven't. They've played Sylvan. And they've played Oakley District.
Yeah.
And then who was the other loss to? Coldstream.
Coldstream,
So
but Matty, it's not
that
they've lost games. It's the way they've lost some of those games. That's the problem. But I honestly think
I'll back them in.
I'm backing them in today. I honestly think that they'll win, and I think they'll have a big win.
Yeah. Well, sometimes that happens, doesn't it, Ray? When eventually Paul Donahue, I assume he's still coaching.
Yeah, he is.
You know, the first few weeks, like you said, they're losing close ones, be all positive, and then to get pumped like they did last week, it might be no more Mr. Nice Guy. It might be pull your fingers out, or else I'll bring the twos in.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it could go one of two ways. It could be an absolute thumping by Warrandyte or a close Fair Park win. I'm thinking it's going to be the former, though. Warrandyte are going to want to kickstart that season and get a thumping victory here, and they won comfortably last time against Fair Park at Warrandyte Reserve. So, big win, reckon.
I reckon I'm going to tip Warrandyte as well. Another 2 games as well. I'm going to talk about Oakley District taking on the Furniture Gully. They call it the Fortress down there. They haven't lost a game, Oakley District down there. So, what do we expect from there?
Well, they have, not this year. They've lost a few there.
I know, but like to start the season, 2 wins at home, you know, it's great for them.
Against 2 tops, well, we expect top sides too in Warrandyte and Coldstream.
Well, they've actually only beaten the bottom 2.
In the end, but I think, they make it tough out of Princess Highway Reserve. Furniture Gully have lost, Lockie Kennedy.
What's Furniture Gully's strength this year? Like, what is it that's making them?
I think it's that.
Is it their speed or is it their contested ball?
I think it's a bit of both. I feel like, you know, I was there on Thursday and they were kind of bullish on that a bit, but you know, I think the midfield is going to probably where they're going to win a lot of games.
If it's their leg speed and stuff, they'll win because the conditions will suit. If it's contested ball, then you know. Someone like a Blake Pearson might have a field day, Ray, but I'll go the Eagles.
Yeah, I go the Eagles, and I'll say by 6 goals.
Yeah, I think it'll be close, but Furniture Gully just here, Blake.
Yeah, I reckon Furniture Gully as well. And last game in Division 3, Coldstream taking on Sylvan. Traditional rivals have been told as well.
Yeah. Why do you reckon that is, Blake?
Well, they're right next to each other yet again. But another thing as well is, you know, these 2 sides, of course, we're in Division 4. In 2021, and obviously Coldstream had a very good season, and of course Sylvan were probably Coldstream's second team pretty much in that season, and now they won the premiership last year, of course. Again, where will we see this? Because it's so unlikely in Division 3, especially with this game.
Well, Sylvan's 3-1, Coldstream 1-3, but I'm still back in Coldstream just because out there at Coldstream Reserve.
Have Coldstream lost players? What's the
I'm not too sure. They haven't really lost players.
No.
They added depth in the off season as well, which was one thing that was a bit of concern during last year. They've added a bit more depth, and it's strange why they're starting off so slowly. I feel like they'll want to kickstart their season with a big win against Sylvan here.
A lot of teams kickstarting their season.
Yeah, Coldstream.
I'm going to go Sylvan. I think I actually tipped Sylvan to be in the bottom two. But you guys have mentioned this division, even looking at it now, Warrandyte are they're not a bad team. There's actually this year, this division, there's 8 genuinely even teams.
And I'm with you, Matty. I'm going for Sylvan as well.
They're in form.
And the one side that gets relegated to Division 4 this year is going to be, I reckon they'll consider themselves seriously stiff, because you're right, fellas, it's impossible and very, very even.
I would honestly love to hear Ryan Brusher on how many wins you need for Division 3.
I reckon 7.
7?
7 to be safe. It might not be the number, but 7 to be the number where you take a deep breath.
Yeah. Anyway, we now touch base to Division 4. Of course, with Dunham wanting, of course, we'll touch base with them. They've got the bye this week, so hopefully they can have another. Hopefully they can get a win next week, of course. But the big game we want to talk about is Kilsyth at Scoresby. I think I saw on the Eastern Football Netball League Vault history, I think it's the first time in about
45 years.
45 years since these two clubs have met. So another, again, ageing rivalry. I think Kilsyth, they showed up to Surrey Park really well, and there was a draw. And I feel like Scoresby, again, they're just floating under that radar. So I feel like this game could go either way, but I think you've got to go the home side. Kilsyth like using their ground a bit. So
While gathering scoops from Surrey Park during the week, I gathered scoops about Kilsyth, and they said they mean business this year. They're going to be.
You look at their recruits. They recruited 3 or 4 blokes from Division 1, that was McNay, Wycard and Drossler.
Yeah.
So they've already had some young fellas. Sean Curry's going to play the whole year. They've
done really well.
They've recruited 3 blokes from the 3 divisions up, and we've seen the differing standards. That's a big gulf. We're going to watch Division 1 today, and you're taking those blokes down to play Division 4. Kilsyth definitely meant business, and they've got 19s. Not every team in Division 4's got 19s. So they're doing things the right way.
They're doing great.
They should win. Scoresby,
Kilsyth for mine.
Scoresby just want to win games. I don't think Scoresby. Obviously, the players want to win the premiership, Ray, but I don't think people at Scoresby really care. They just want to win games. Have some fun.
I think Kilsyth should. I think it'll be close, but Kilsyth get the win here.
Yeah, Kilsyth.
I reckon Kilsyth for me as well. Just 2 more games in Division 4. We got Forest Hill taking on the Surrey Park Panthers, of course. Our man, very
You want a super boost, Ruffy?
Yeah.
Go on. No, not this game.
Anyway, so Forest Hill, I feel like with this one, they need to win. Because obviously the top 4 it's going to be very hard to see who's going to get in. Of course, we've got Chermside Park, which we'll touch on a bit later. But they are also fighting for that 4th spot, you feel like. So it could go both ways. Surrey, again, they are trying to cement themselves as, one of the premiership fancies, of course. What's it been like down there this week,
they've been decimated.
Scoops
Ward, getting down there to Surrey Park. They've been decimated by injuries from the first couple of weeks. They've got their captain, Matt Garvin, who obviously was a Wantirna South player not so long ago. He's on the sidelines for a little bit. James Kenworthy as well. The coach is on the sidelines. Logan DeShepper, one of their recruits, Lachlan Bacon, is on the sidelines and will be gone for a fair while. But, they've had to make 6 changes. 2 in terms of injuries. 1 is being rested in the reserves, and the rest have been dropped. So there's plenty of change, and I feel
rested in the reserves. So he's just not going to run much.
No, he's not really. But I just think it's a good opportunity for Forest Hill to take it up to Surrey Park. Surrey Park's depth has always been good. Their reserves have won the last 2 Division 4 premiership, and I think
he's going to tip Surrey Park.
I'm always going to tip Surrey Park, but I think Forest Hill are a pretty decent chance here. It's a good opportunity for them, but no Hannah Graf doesn't help for them.
Surrey Park.
Surrey Park. And another one.
Beautiful.
I got me Super Boo Rusty here. Kangaroos will get up.
Kangaroos will get up. Alrighty. So we've got Croydon North taking on Chermside Park. Our man Matt Fodia has unleashed the Super Boos.
Well, they got close last year. I think Chernside only won by, I think Croydon North had a shot up to the siren and missed it.
Yeah,
in
they
a similar round. Chernside are struggling to get into gear. And the Kangaroos have, you know, I know Nunawading beat them, but I think Nunawading have improved a lot. So, mate, if it starts raining, cats and dogs, who knows?
Boys?
I think I'm still back in Chernside, but I think it'll be a lot closer than people think. And
well, not me.
Leo Matt was best on ground last week for Chernside, so if he turns it on again, they're going to win.
How long can he keep turning on for?
I know, mate, but
you two play junior footy together.
I know.
What are we going, boys? I reckon I'm going to stick fat with Chernside Park.
Chernside.
Yeah, I think they've just been
Kangaroos, baby.
bit like your Born last year when I was reading onto your newsletters that you wrote. So I reckon we might, before we go into our ad break, we might actually just touch base just with a couple Division 1 games. We'll just give our tips.
Yeah.
Of course, we are at Division 1 game, as you can tell. But I think the biggest game in Division 1 is, well, obviously this one, but another one that we've got is the Mooroolbark Beaconsfield game. I feel like this game could, potentially be a very good game.
I think Beaky will win easy.
Yeah, I think Beaky will win by 5 goals.
Beaky are fit, and not many teams are kicking. Not many teams have taken South Belgrave that deep, but not many teams are kicking 14 goals against them.
Yeah.
If Matt Johnson's playing,
he's not. He's not
because he's an absolute star. He's been kicking goals for a long
And Matty, what I saw last week, the first quarter last week down at Beaconfield was rained heavy than what we got here, and they took South Belgrave apart in that first quarter, so they can play wet weather football.
Well,
I think they'll win. I think they'll win comfortably.
Yeah, I reckon they'll win easy.
Yeah.
Just a couple of tips, boys, before we get into an ad break. South Belgrave over Bayswater, you reckon?
South Belgrave comfortably.
Another ugly win, you reckon?
No, I think Bayswater will make them work for it under these conditions. Yes.
What's your definition of a big, like 6 goals or less is a good performance?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. If Bayswater can get away with a 5-goal loss, I reckon that'd be okay.
Yeah. Croydon North Freeman, do you feel like whoever loses this season might be
in danger? Definitely. Yeah. But I'm back in the Saints Heroes in form, and I think they should get up.
Yeah, I am too. Yes.
I'll go Croydon.
Yeah. And last game in Division 1, Lilydale versus Mitcham. I feel like this game...
Nah, Mitcham will win, but Lilydale will play 3 good quarters and 1 bad one, and they'll lose.
The bad one was probably the first quarter against Montrose, I reckon.
They're pretty young, so they're very young, Lilydale, so they don't really put 4 quarters together. They're a bit like Hawthorn.
They'll have their inconsistencies, but I think I'm back in Mitcham. They're missing players, but they should get the win comfortably.
Alrighty, so we're going to take a quick break. Before we do the break, the reserve score is Wantirna South 9-12-66 to Montrose 8-4-52. After the break, we're going to introduce our call team, and we'll go from there after that. So stay tuned. Matches after the break, so stay tuned.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back to Eastern Football Netball League game day. It's down here at Walker Reserve between Montrose Football Club and the Wantirna South Football Club. It is the Victorian Responsibility Gambling Foundation round. Love the game, not the odds game between, of course, Monty South and Montrose. I'm now going to introduce our core team. We're not officially there, but we do have the great man who's called a lot of footy in his career, and it's great to again welcome back Gavin Casey to the commentary chair. Welcome back, mate. Should be really happy again, and it's great to see you back again, mate.
Thanks for the welcome, Blake. It's great to be here. This morning I was literally hundreds of miles away in Warrnambool. Thankfully, I've still got my voice from Racing Carnival.
Yes.
So if I can bring it, awesome.
Awesome. Yep.
It's like schoolies, toolies for older men. It really. So yeah, it's a fun time by all. You're even happy when you're losing.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a great spectacle as well. So if we can say how good is Wantirna South, or Montrose, then we're having a good day because. Looking forward to being at a footy game, and actually this is an intriguing contest, don't you think? Because as much as Wantirna South have lost two, they could be ahead of the curve by now, so it's probably a vital game for setting themselves up. And Montrose, again, another side who possibly think they could have been undefeated as well going into this game. So it's setting itself up as a real a test of who's really got the credentials to go on this season.
Yeah, and again, joining him as a co-caller as well, another man welcoming him back to the Eastern Football League. He was on the pre-game show, but he's calling as well. Matt Fodia, great again to hear your voice again, and looking forward to it, mate.
Yeah, it should be good, mate. Riding a bicycle, hopefully. Remember how to do it, but it's a bit dark outside. Might have to turn the lights on. Not sure they'll do much, but if they can turn them on, that'd be great. But yeah, two sides that I think will be aiming to go deep in September. And the last time they played here was a 1-point ball game shot after the siren gab. So something to get excited about.
Yeah, well, I hope to. It's as you said, I've sort of had my focus elsewhere until about 2 minutes ago. So
sometimes that's the best way, though. Take your mind off it. Just let the adrenaline run.
Yeah. And joining me in special comments is no common stranger to the Eastern Football Netball League media team, and that man is Ray Baird. It's good to have you again on the special comments, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Blake, and it's absolutely rapt to be alongside these two guys that you just introduced. It's a real pleasure to be here with them.
Yep, and of course myself will be on the special comments. Now, for the first time, we introduce the great man who's done really well with his the stats of the game. He really gives an insight to the game that we are covering today, and that man is Paul Laconi. Welcome aboard, mate.
Thank you, Blake. Hello, guys. Should be hopefully a great game today. It is getting a bit dark, so yeah, I reckon the lights will probably have to come on soon, but whether it does rain or not, I reckon it will be a close game either way, but no, it should be good.
Yeah, Blake, just quickly, is that Jaden Bowringer?
Yep, debutant.
Is he from Chernside Park?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, there you go.
Yes.
Big step up.
And of course, sitting behind me, I don't know if he's heads at time, but we will have our media manager, Ryan Long. You're right, mate. Welcome aboard to the broadcast, mate. Good
Thanks,
to see
Blake. Excellent start to the pre-game. Hosting, well done. For the Victoria Responsible Gambling Foundation. Love the round.
We got a full van.
Yeah. And
Fantastic to be out there for it.
Yeah, and can we also, as well, joining us on the boundary, I don't know if they can hear us, is Josh Ward and Jared Beelan. Welcome aboard, boys.
A lot of complaining from Josh.
But
He doesn't recall that Ryan last year did, and Steve White, the basin in Ringwood, it hosed down
Yeah.
for 3 hours and they stood out there.
Much worse conditions.
And they were in the basin.
You got to love local footy, Josh. So, yeah. And hang on, we forgot to introduce the great man Jared Beelan.
who Blake was sucking down a Red Bull before, so he's obviously amped up for the game.
Yeah. So how are you, Jared?
That's a better attitude.
And just a quick one as well. We'll go through the whole commentary team, but we'll start off with the boundary riders first. Boys, what are your tips? Yep. And Josh?
No, you cut out, Josh.
You guys cut out, sorry. We couldn't hear. Oh, come on. Yep. And Matt, Gavin?
Wanty South for mine.
Yeah, Wanty South. At home.
Ray?
Close one.
Wantirna South by 2 goals.
And Ray, Wanty South, they're going to kick downhill to finish the game.
Okay,
It's a good sign.
So let's hope that for Montrose stake, they're not trailing.
And I'm going to go Montrose by 3 goals. Paul?
I am going to go Montrose by a goal.
And Ryan, down the back?
Yeah, I'll stick with Montrose 2 goals, but 2 goals either way. He'll be close.
Alrighty, to take it away for the Eastern Football Netball League Radio Eastern, matching around is Matt Fodier.
In the middle of Walker Reserve. Big clash between these two sides in Division 1 this season. Up they go. Benjamin Johnson, the young ruckman there, sporting a very different haircut. Wong got the clearance. We'll be saying that often today. Absolute bull in and under down there for the Devils. Has been a star for a long time. Reigning Division 1 best and fairest winner. And the handball comes out in the direction of Corey Witchell, but it'll go over the line for a boundary throw in. Just left half forward for the Devils, who, as we said, they'll be kicking uphill towards the, are they pine trees? I don't think they're pine trees. They are pine trees? There you go, I got that right. And the netball court's up here. It's a fine facility now, Walker Reserve. Ground looking good. Nick, Dance, took it out of the ruck, as Brett Moore said on pre-game. Been thrown into the ruck recently and done really well. Witchell got a handball away, and then Descent flicked it over the top, and they're under a bit of pressure here, the Devils. Or sorry, the Demons. And the Devils will have another boundary throw in. I saw, Gavin, that someone said that Tasmanian Devils should play the Melbourne Demons, and it should be the Satanic Derby. So that's what we've got here today.
Well, that would be hellish. Ball in 55 around from Wantirna South Skulls, picking it up, or nearly so, was Lang. He goes back for a hand pass, it spooned it to the opposition, bounce off the chest, and Wong goes in and gets tackled to the ground. He's going to be worn like a glove, you'd think. Walker's trying his best to be that man. And it's a ball up again. It's been in tight, no clear possessions for the first couple of minutes. Rucks go at it, clear advantage though to Dinez. Wong there first to sprint towards the boundary line and grab it, but he is harassed and it's out of bounds.
Yeah, just saying as well, 2 massive bulls going at it. Lincoln Wong and Sam Walker, 2 blokes you wouldn't want to mess with.
Well, they've got each other to douse with. It's going to be a fantastic battle, but this time it's not those 2 involved. Descent applies a heavy tackle on his opponent. We'll go to the car sales boundary riders.
Too much wind down here, but I did see on the other side of the ground, the same side as you guys, a marquee.
Just cutting out there a little bit, the boundary riders at the moment, Gavin.
Yeah, and then I think it's Jared's got to get a new battery or mic or something. Yeah. He's the one dropping out because, he's got it in his back pocket, and that's got a lot of static.
Not that again. So the Demons have got it on right half back. The ball actually hasn't moved from when we handed over before, Gavin. It's a long one down the line, but the man coming across and should take that mark was Grimer, who changed just before to man up on Taj Heap. So I'm not sure whether Heap is someone to watch, Ray.
Yeah, no, look, he should have marked that. He had no opposition in that marking
He read it
contest.
beautifully well. He did all the right things, but he just couldn't finish the job. Dennis tried to sort of hack it out of midair. Might be a free kick going the way of David Lang as he put his head over the football. But it'll be another stoppage. So both sides just feeling each other out at the moment. Any matchups that take your eye at the moment, Blake or Ray? It looks like everyone's one-on-one. There's no real loose plays.
Yeah. There hasn't really been, but for example, I think Bailey White's starting full forward for
So Heap got the handball off to Descent coming through. That might be holding the ball. No, umpire says nothing doing.
Sorry, mate. I can see Bailey White starting full forward, so great to welcome him back into the team.
Yeah, Gary said he's just sort of coming back from a bad hamstring. Keeps him out for 9 weeks. That's a bad hammy. Wong over the footy, does well below his hands. Below his knees. He's got his hands back to his teammate who just hacked it forward down the line. We're on centre wing. Handball over top from Crikis. Works its way towards Marcus Jordan, but he left it behind. But the Demons' hack kick forward can only go as far as Dennis, who pops it down the line. And there should be flies come from everywhere. Jimmy Sarin kept his feet. Gave it to Sally Figamali. Got inside 450. Beautiful kick out towards the leading target there. But the mark just couldn't be taken. And we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from the Devils goal. We've gone 3.5 minutes. No score here at Walker Reserve. Down to Blakey Tennant.
Yep, and then we'll go forward in favour. I've also seen Jack Garthwaite is starting on the young gun Liam Hewitt. So another big match up there as well.
Big battle, 40 metres out for Wantirna South's goal, and a push in the back, and it's going against the Montrose ruckman, who was just indiscriminate in his tackle, and he pushed his opponent, and it'll be a shot at goal. First shot at goal for the Devils at home in a big game for them, and it's in the hands of Jared Smith. We'll get a stat in a moment, but there could be a vital stat just about to be added, and that'll be a score. So Smith directly in front. He's in the centre circle. He's taking a 20-metre run up. He wants momentum in the kick. The orange boots goes to his right. Now pumps the ball towards goals. It's hooking late, and it just misses to the left of the goal post, and it's a minor score. First score on the Eastland Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's get some stats that matter with Paul.
In the stats centre so far, Montrose are laying their tackling presence at the moment. They're leading the tackles 7-3.
So speaking of, the Demons go to the outer side. The kick's in the Johnson direction. A number of flyers come around the football. Getting it forward there in the end to no avail of the Demons. So Devils probably the better of the sides at the moment, but neither team's really got any sort of space to operate in, as Garthwaite came from the side, brought it to ground, and then crumbing there at ground level was Descent. Little underground handball, works its way back to Gardle, and they get it forward again, the Demons. Grimer backing back does well, got fists to it, and should be all the Devils at ground level. That's going to confuse me all day, the Demons and the Devils.
Don't go there. The few times that Montrose have gone forward, there's been no system whatsoever. They've just kicked it there and hoped.
And Luke Grimer, as you said, he hasn't clunked one yet, but he's getting in the right spots.
Yes.
So it's thrown here. Johnson and Dennis will go at it again. Dan's got it down. Just trying to force his way out, and in the end got the handball free. It was in the direction of Jack O'Keefe, who goes back and get it, but he's mowed down there by Benjamin Descent, who started well, had a really good game last time he came out to Walker Reserve. So we're still gone almost 6 minutes here. It's 1-0 in favour of Wantirna South, Gavin.
And he's also back in the team this week, so good confidence booster there.
Well, we're not looking for equalisers just yet, but it's 1-0 to Wantirna South, the Devils. And it's Wong picking up the free kick middle of the ground. He'll be a star all day. He ploughs a kick forward inside the forward 50. High flyers go for it. Ground level ball. Montrose trying the best and doing well in defence. They take the push in the back free kick for some relief. So there'll be a short switch. It's in the hands of Schulte, who falls to the ground before taking the mark. He just brushes the dirt off himself, and he'll load up a short kick. Well, it looks like he tried to pick out the opposition. Grimer is in best position, goes the fist. There's a lot of Montrose players, though, on the wing, and they're going to overlap run if they can. Witchell tries to get it forward, but it's been chopped off. Del Papa gets a rebounding ball from centre back to centre forward. Marley has been doing well at centre forward, roving around half forward. He couldn't get a clear kick into the forward line. It's now a disputed ball half forward for Wantirna South, and an over-the-shoulder free kick will go the way of the Devils.
Well, very lucky there. I thought he ducked into that one.
He did take the contact, so he's been rewarded with a free. His long ball really didn't hit up a leading option, so it's the defenders in best position, bouncing off his opponent, Richel. It does hit up his teammate in the falling ball. The kick down the line is close to the wing, out of bounds, and happy for the moment to see it over is White leading the way for Montrose, and they're just happy to soak up the pressure for now.
seems to be signal.
I just look at those ruck contests so far. I think it's going to be a long day for Johnson in that ruck. I just think the bigger body of Dinesh is going to tell as the game goes on.
And he's taking front position in this ruck contest, but loses that position. So the ruck contest is won. This time it was Beams winning the tap for Wantirna South. They get it to half forward, hoping some numbers can get it going with Wallace. Wallace deep to the goal square. Nearly a grab out of the goal square. Could no mark taken. It's a ball that's been disputed between the forwards. And now Fia Gamali grabs it, puts it quickly on the right. He only saw a needle opening. Now it's into the goal square. Couldn't get his clear kick was Barlow, and his 3-metre kick didn't get the journey, so it was bundled over the line for a minor score for Montrose.
That back six for Montrose are under immense pressure at the moment.
Marcus Jordan tried the Matthew Lloyd back heel there.
Yeah.
Bit of a throwback as the kick-in's taken there by Riley Hams. So using that side of the ground, it might be the defensive side for the Demons. It looks like the breeze, if anything, might be going slightly towards the end. They're kicking though. So Descent, as we mentioned, back in the side today, been prolific early on, goes down line towards Johnson. He's double teamed by Grimer and Beams, but he'll get the free kick. Only in his 10th game, I think Gary has said. He gives the handball to Descent. He gave it off to Watson. He gives it back to a teammate, and they switch play. Witchell's got a bit of space, might get a free kick. Nothing doing, says the umpire. Ricky Frandrick there wasn't really putting his eyes on the ball. The handball comes forward though, and the Demons now through Chamberlain can go inside forward 50 in the white direction, bounced off his chest, and then a good tackle laid there by Jack O'Keefe, and we'll get a ball up inside 450 to the Demons. I don't think that was
that was Galbraith. Yep.
I just thought I'd stick with the name.
First
there.
game.
Both sides are having trouble handling the slippery ball.
Yeah, it looks like the ball is just a bit greasy at the moment because it's not really raining per se. As the handball comes away from Galbraith, back to a man at the top of the 50. His snap around the body is just going to tumble its way through. And it'll be out of bounds right in front of the triple-decker couch here.
That was Nagel, by the way, Matt.
Thanks, mate.
Geordie Nagel.
You're sure to get corrected very quickly.
Well, no, that's why I'm just not going to say the names, Gab. I'll just sort of wait for Blake to squeeze him in there.
Well, they're like family for him, so he recognises them very well.
So short throw in. Beams got there first. Just tried to knock it back towards the boundary. Might be a free kick here for over the shoulder or legged. The umpire says nothing doing. Evened it out. We'll have another ball up. It was Daniel Crom who was looking for the high there. Just sort of put his head over the footy. So we'll go again. Beams and Galbraith. Beams got the tap towards the boundary line. We're going to have another boundary throw, and this has been the story of the game so far, hasn't it, Ray? 10 minutes gone, and we've had more stoppages than disposals, I reckon.
Yeah, as I said, the ball's slippery, the ground's wet, so they're going to struggle to keep their feet, some of these players.
Around the grounds, Churnside Park, 3 straight 18 to Croydon North Emlock, 1 straight 6.
Yeah. It's all right. Kicking with the wind, the Panthers. Thrown in. Beams, tapped down towards Wong, couldn't handle it. And then his teammate.
It's not often the wind follows the one team around the whole day.
It's only the first quarter, Gav. We can go back to that one. Brooke Caney at the bottom of that pack. One of those players who came across to the club during the 2021 off-season. Galbraith might get a free kick. No. Again, the umpire's just sort of hesitant to blow the whistle early on, but the game needs it. Handball comes out. Fegamali got his handball away, and the Devils just force it forward. But the mark should have been taken there by the Demons defender. And again, they hack it forward. Garthwaite and Hewitt. The ball set up out the back. Garthwaite got a dodgy bout. Hewitt runs in and kicks the first of the game. I don't know how they got it down there, Ray, but they did. And Jack Garthwaite did the right thing. Came at the footy, got a dodgy bounce, and Liam Hewitt, too poised under pressure, and drills that one.
Yeah, there was, as I said, there was some real costly ball handling there by Montrose, and Wantirna South took the advantage and scored an easy goal.
Well,
go for it, Paul.
Sorry. So, yeah, really good by Wantirna South there. They've had a lot of the play early. They've had 6 inside 50s to 2, and there was a great goal there.
So Hewitt, who's just feeling his way into the season, he's going to be the spearhead for Wantirna South, getting the first goal on the board. Wong takes the tap out of the middle, quickly puts it on his left, bouncing ball to the leading options. It's now a disputed ball, so it's out onto the half forward for Wantirna South. Figamali again getting plenty of the ball, but he rushes his kick, and it's out of bounds on the full Yeah, so it's a missed opportunity for Wantirna South. They're getting territory, but they're not quite finishing it with fluency yet.
Just a quick one on Figavali. I think that's his name. Is that correct?
Yeah. We're going to check that if we
That's what we're going with. If we're wrong,
Eastern Rangers old listed as well, and also league best and fairest in the other 17. So good to see him back on the park.
But it could have been Del Papa even on the outer wing, so we're just feeling away on the outer side. Can Montrose burst away out of a contested situation? Meta play, handing it off to the runner, and here go Montrose. Big flying shot at it. Oh, well, that's a missed opportunity with only the goals at his mercy, that being Heap, and he's missed the whole lot. So something that a Heap can be is what it turned out to be, and it's no score.
That might be how Montrose kicked their scores, though, today. With the lack of height, there might be stuff out the back like that, Ray.
Exactly.
So the Devils long in our direction. Dents is underneath it. Did well to bring it to ground. That's what they want from their big man. But it's all the Demons at ground level. Tesson got it back to Bo Tennant, who hacked it to centre forward. Dangerous spot for both teams. Who can win that crucial battle? It's the Devils with Lockie Bain hacking it forward. Coming off his line was Gardle. Did well. Puts the ball inside 450. Grimer backing back into the hole. Should get a free kick and does. Going against Bailey White.
Free kick Montrose.
What's going on? I'm shocked there. For all money, that had to be a free kick to Grimer. Watch the replay. Gardle went long. I don't know what. Oh, there might have been a couple of hands in the back there from the Bobby Smith there, gave it away. So this is a big kick for Bailey White.
Yep, first game back from injury.
First kick?
Yeah, I think
First
so.
kick. Now, which hamstring was it?
I actually don't know. So
let's see. We heard about the processes. Your old man was down there.
Yeah, that's right.
The man on his shoulder, Bailey White. Big kick coming up. Because the Devils have probably had the better of these first 14 minutes, but the Demons didn't look it off the boot. Just sort of that ball drop there. So one behind. So Montrose are on the board. They're one behind. Wantirna South at 1-2-8. We've gone 14 minutes.
Credit
in this
must
first
go
quarter.
to Gardle. The way he come across at that
Yeah, he
on the
tackled well,
half-back
didn't he?
line. He was all for the ball, 100%, and he's the one that got it down there. But they got to start hitting the goals.
Bain's got it in the goal square. He runs to the right back pocket and kicks it down the line. Spears the pass in, and it's hit up his teammate very well. So it's in the hands of Del Papa. Del Papa goes short down the wing, and it's to another option. So the hit-up targets again. It's in the hands of Jordan. Jordan, he dances and he gets called to play on, so he has to hand pass over the man on the mark. Now they've rushed into everything, and coming in late to spoil his hams. Does a good job because the overlap was on, but Jordan just mucked it up by dancing on the spot before he gave the hand pass away.
Who's the happier coach at the moment, Ray?
I think Brett Moyle would have to be. They've had a lot more of the ball. They've got 2 or 3 around the ground when the ball's kicked in the air.
So the ball goes from half back to half forward for Montrose. Montrose, their kicking boot's not on. If it's shots for goals, they're doing good overlap, aren't they, Blake? But that can't run. You can't run a goal. It's not that sort of game.
Yeah, you got to actually look for the big sticks as well, the 2 front runs as well. But yeah, again, just kicking it is not great for Montrose.
So they will get a chance to go inside 450. The handball over the top, looking for the runner there in Rickard.
Oh, he's gone.
Rickard, sorry. It's ended up dribbling inside 450. Bailey White does well, knocked his man off the footy. Can't miss from there, sockers it through. There's that equaliser we were talking about, Gab. Demons 1-1-7, the Devils 1-2-8. We've gone 16 minutes, and it wasn't pretty. They just forced it forward. I don't know who the grubber kick was from there, Blake.
Laurie, that was
Laurie. Darcy Laurie got it forward. Again, not pretty. They haven't done anything pretty so far today, but they're only 1 point down.
Yeah, they're getting it in there. As they're trying, and obviously again the kicking efficiency hasn't been great for girls from Montrose probably last year, and maybe today. But geez, it was very good to see Bailey White get that confidence back, because he kicked 5 goals in the reserves last week, and I'm sure he's set for a big day if they can get down there.
Used his hip well, timely bump off of his opponent, but it's again Montrose. Now Chrome getting it out, but he runs himself in a bit of trouble for Wantirna South as he tried to get out of the middle. No one's getting their foot to the ball just at this moment, and the pack of players become multiplied, and it'll be a ball up again in the centre of Walker Reserve.
I believe as this game goes on, Gary Ayres is going to have to get someone to run with Lincoln Wong. Already he's had a lot of the football.
Well, that attention on Wong might allow a few players to come in, Del Papa and Crum, and there's the ruck again. Dinez shows it advantage, wins at the ground level, back of the pack, comes bouncing back to Dinez. He bundles it forward. Hewitt's in the back position, trying to muscle out his opponent, falls to his teammate in Wallace. He gets it quickly on the boot. Ground level ball, roving, tried to be then by the Devils. It's a throw. Just as he got his hands to the ball, did Barlow get tackled, and he threw the ball up, and it'll be a relieving free kick to Montrose, who from the back pocket. Short pass looks good, and that is better. Oh, that's a hard hit. Watson, who had so many possessions last week, he was an easy chest mark, but in the end, he took it on the chest, and then he ran into a man, and like a brick wall it was, Wallace. And they've both got up, so that's good news.
Oh, head clash though. I think it's Brooke Caney's sort of little shove.
A little bit
Wallace
of a
isn't.
nudge.
Yeah,
Just a
Wallace
nudge,
isn't.
but yeah.
Wallace was just trying to intercept, and he finished up being the wall that he ran into. But now Watson gets it long down the ball. Here's the overlap again for Montrose. Kick by Laurie. Centers it on the bouncing ball. Who will it suit? It did bounce for Crickus. Crickus pushes in front of himself. Tries to take on a couple now. And he does well because the bundle ball comes out to Wantirna South. Noy was in there. His hand pass doesn't set up a forward attack. And now it's Montrose trying to get it out of the congestion. But they can't because there's too many numbers around the ball. And Noy's one of the tacklers, and having to hand it over is meta play.
Just another quick one as well. Greg, I think that's Lord as well. Jamie Lord coming from the reserves this week, and you know he's been a really solid contributor to help out Ben Johnson in the ruck.
Again, back of the pack, it's great work by Crickus, and Wong's there to help, but he's running away from his goals, and he'll be happy for the boundary line. He'll be out of bounds.
Paul in the stat centre?
Stat that Gary Ayres would be happy with at the moment is the tackle count. Montrose lead that 16-9.
Just a quick one. Who do you think can go on Lincoln Wong from Montrose?
He hasn't really hurt them yet. He's getting a lot of it, but he's been under immediate pressure. He's not really getting on the outside. This man is, though. Descent. Got it inside 450. White does well. Might have toe poked another one through here, just across the face. So can't do it in the conventional manner, but he's giving it a red-hot crack on the ground there, Bailey White. A good matchup against Charles Young down there. Young might have his hands full. So they come out of defence with Caney. You go wide too, Wong. Here we go. A chance for Lincoln to get a bit of space. He takes his full measure and then goes with a worm burner down the line. It should be coming straight back, though, through Hams. He hacks it forward. Slips catch effort there from Schwab. And the Demons just force it forward. Hams again. Gave it off to Watson. Right foot snap is across the face. So they've been peppering the goals in the last 5 minutes, the Demons. But at the moment, it's still 1-2-8 apiece. We're almost into time on in the first quarter. Back to Paul in the stats centre.
Montrose have had 5 of the last 6 inside 50s.
They're peppering the goal. They might need to assault the goal.
I don't advocate for assault, Gavin, but nonetheless, down the line, Johnson's the flyer. Couldn't read the flight of the ball there in the end properly. And then taking it across the line there is Geordie Nagel. Got a nice
there was
flowing hair there.
Five Wantirna South players around him when he picked that ball up.
Yeah, just a quick one on Georgie Nagel. He actually got compared by Gary Ayres as known as Chris Scott. So
Chris Scott. What was the comparison?
Look at his hair.
Oh, right. I thought you meant as a player.
I think he looks more like Brad Scott to me. But
yeah,
anyway.
well, that debate can carry on all day. Little handball forward from meant to play, and it's hacked inside forward 50 by Heap. And really, Montrose all day, besides Gardle's probably one inside 50, none of their kicks have been drop punts.
Well, Gardle's also a member of the 2013 Premiership side, so a lot of experience there by him.
Yeah, they're just both sides probably struggling with the pressure. No one's been able to get a clean look at it. So Beams and Johnson will go up here. This throw-in's been a little bit short. Beams has front spot, just fisted it back towards the boundary, and then allowing it to go over was Jack O'Keefe. So into time on, it'll be a short quarter. Only 6 scoring shots, and they've been pretty quick at getting it back into play. Nice crowd building here at Walker Reserve. Not the greatest day for footy. After last week was a beautiful weekend for it. So Johnson this time front spot, one straight down, trying to work his way through was Rickard. Wong should get a free kick hold of the man and does. So he'd have a lot of the ball so far, Ray. He just needs to start damaging when he gets it as he switches the play here, and the Devils find their way to the back pocket. This man there is Charles Young, got the job on White today. Goes short down the line and finds his teammate there in Crom. He'll chip it short. Looking for Del Papa. Dangerous kick. Fist came in, I think, there from Hams. Wong does well, though. Worked his way down the line to help out. And then O'Keefe tumbled it forward. This is why they scored last time. Is Watts goes inside forward 50. Looking for the boundary. Slapped back inboard by Cricus. Was creative, but didn't work out in the end. And Gardle slaps it up the line.
Would have liked him to take the ball and take on his next opponent, but it wasn't to be. Luckily, Wantirna South take a free kick out of the corridor, and it'll be Bain who's got it in hand. He's looking right again. It's potentially a dead pocket. Johnson sets himself up there for the spoil, so Montrose at ground level might have the numbers to run away with it. It's in the hands of Descent. Short pass on. It's a contested effort, goes over the back. Runner can't get on it in Laurie, and it'll be out of bounds half forward for Montrose. More stats from Paul.
The free kick count at the moment, Montrose leads 6-5.
So it's Wantirna South preferring to play out the right side, but hasn't set up too many attacks. And Montrose, they love the overlap when they can get it, but they've been kicking like bricklayers so far, and they've managed to get a soccer off the ground for their only straight scoring shot. Let's go for scores around the EFNL.
Couple of Division 2 scores. Waverley Blues 3-3-21, Tupper Gully 1 straight 6, and Ringwood 2-1-13 to the Bears 1-1-7. And then down in Division 4, Kilsyth had a strong start, 4 straight 24 to Scoresby 1-2-8.
So we'll get our boundary riders for a comment just before there's a stop and play. It must be the blood rule, so we'll get the...
No, it's not a blood rule. This is Ben Johnson for Montrose being helped off. He looks very, very ginger on that left leg. He's shaking his head. He's in the hands of the trainers, obviously, and it's a very slow walk-off for Ben Johnson at the moment. So we'll keep you updated with what's going on down here.
When you say ginger, you're saying this is a proper leg injury, or?
It's, he definitely looks like he can't put much weight on that left leg.
That'll be a big loss to Montrose.
Well, he's racked most of the game, hasn't he? So I don't know who is the backup. Is it Lord?
Yeah, Lord.
Yeah, so Lord, but he doesn't look like he's... How much racking has he done in his...
Well, he was reserves ruckman last year.
It's a big step up, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I know, because I know we had Uluru Smith from the Eastern Rangers. So, again, two young ruckmen. So, indeed. And, of course, we had Andrew Haining as well, who's a Chandler medalist and a lot of experience.
Yeah, whereas the two Wantirna South ruckmen have got a lot more. Winchell should get a free kick there. Had his head over the footy, right in front of the umpire, too. If he couldn't get that one, we'd have to have a think about it. So, a good chance here for the Demons, because there's only one good kick away from having a pretty decent shot at goal. That's what they do. Head in that centre half forward direction. Won them by heap. Brought it down. And then little handball off to Rickard. Works his way under his right boot. Snap towards goal. Looks pretty good, but it's left. So the Demons are in front. It's 1-3-9 Montrose. Wantirna South 1-2-8. We're ticking into the 25th minute here in the first quarter. Ray, what do you need to see?
We're heading towards the end of the quarter, and I think Gary Eyre to be happy with his first quarter now.
Just around the grounds, Roval 3-2-20 to South Croydon yet to score.
Opportunity from Montrose, but the hand pass inboard didn't hit a target, so it's cleared away for the Devils, but not for long. It's going to be a mark for Montrose. Short pass, 3 there for options for the Demons. Falling ball still in the hands, so this time it's going to be Nagel. Spearing ball inside, but this is where the defenders have got the numbers for the Devils, and chopped up in front of Swab is a relieving mark for Wantirna South. They just seem to have the numbers, but when the kick went deep, that's where the Devils were. Nice mark, floating over the pack, and it's that man, Figamali, who takes a nice, good aerial mark. It's a highlight for this quarter. He's kicked long down the line, and it's a lot of Demons in comparison to the numbers that Wantirna South, who was just trying to probably save a goal late in this quarter, and Wong, no, has drifted down forward pocket, so it'll be interesting to see how Lang, Figamali,
well, Figamali's
Jordan.
Loose. There's a loose at this contest for the Devils.
Well, it was taken out by Montrose new ruckman, in effect, that is Lord, and the field umpire says the boundary umpire have one more go because that's unfair for Lord to run onto it, and we're probably in our last minute of the action, even though we did have an injury to the ruckman in the young Johnson for Montrose. So let's see how this contest develops. We've taken over the head Dines, but he wins the tap and ground level. No clear possession won by the Devils. So it'd be handed over 60 metres from Wantirna South's goal. Jordan at ground level, hoping to get on Dines's tap again. This time it goes inboard, back of the pack, Lang. Lang has to hand pass instead of kick because he's been tackled. And nice defence, one out by Watson. Watson dodges a few shadows, gets a hand pass backwards, and that kick by Bowringer has been smothered, and it's kept in the forward line for Wantirna South. Let's get some stats before the next contest.
The clearances at the moment, Wantirna South lead 9-6.
So they'll be hoping for one here to make it 10-6 and get themselves a chance on goal as Dines got to the front. Wong came through, got his handball back to Lang, slapped it inside 450, touched off the boot. Lord, little fist was towards his own goal in the end. Barlow picks it up, little check side. just narrow. And it's all tied up again at, 1-4-10. Although I think it should be 1-3-9.
Yeah, it is now.
It's 1-3-9. Yep, there you go. Scoreboard's just 1-3-9 apiece here, 27 minutes gone.
Just a quick one as well. You can't give Kai Barlow that much space and room because he's a very sneaky little forward. So he kicked a couple of goals as well.
He's well built though. Both he and Hewitt definitely got some strength to them. So they've gone this way every time, the Demons. And now Garthwaite's got it in the back pocket.
Kai Barlow definitely doesn't have what his dad. His dad's a very tall person. So
down the line. Big flight from Grimer, again missed it, but he's in all the right places. Coming through to collect there and putting his body on the line is Ricky Fandrick for the Devils. And then it's just scrappy and the ball's pinging around. Going in there was Fegamali, he's been impressive. A little bit of speed there from Fandrick, couldn't take the ball cleanly. Witchell came through, put his head over it once again. Wong wants a free kick for holding the ball. Nothing doing, says the umpire. They've been pretty consistent in letting it go so far today, the umpires. Paul, have we got a free kick count over there?
The free kick count at the moment, Montrose leads 7-6.
Yeah, so not that many.
I just look at the body language of our boundary riders. They're having a beautiful day
pretty miserable out there.
I know Josh Ward is having the time of his life down there, I can see.
Dennis got it down, but it's all the Demons at ground level. Little left foot, Torpy inside forward 50. Grimer went back, misread the flight of the ball there again. Laurie might get there in the end, it does.
Yeah,
it would have probably been a free kick for a deliberate rush behind anyway. I'm not sure who it was of the Devils who slapped it towards his own goal. And in the end, it didn't work out at all. It was Brooke Kane. He just tried to rush it through. Here, you see, just tries to slap it through. Doesn't get enough connection.
That's how.
And then the speed there of Darcy Laurie toe poked it through. So the Demons have got 2 goals, Gavin, both from 1 metre out and both from soccering off the ground. They're 15. The Devils are 1-3-9.
Again, sorry, Gav. Just a quick one. Again, that would have been deliberate because that's out of the projected 9. So either way, but again, they've been very crafty, their little forwards as well to see, and Laurie's definitely getting into the game.
Yeah, Montrose would be beating Arsenal at the moment, the way they're playing. They're doing it nicely off the ground from close in. But at this time, Wantirna South hoping for a late surge. Goes in the forward line, picked up by the flying O'Keefe, and his flying shot misses to the right. And
well, maybe they need to soccer him off the ground. That's clearly working.
Yeah, maybe put it on the ground and start kicking it. That could be the most efficient way of doing it from now on, but let's not encourage it. So it's another minor score to Wantirna South, 1-4-10. Trailing Montrose 2-3-15, and the umpire says...
Garthwaite was in the... You can't be in the...
Yeah, you can't have 2 men in the kick-out zone. So it'll be a kick from the last line.
So they take it in. Beautiful kick in the end.
Great
Gardle. And there is the quarter time siren, and he's definitely out of range. So in the end, the Demons, despite the fact the Devils probably had the better of the quarter, will go in front by 5 points. They're 2-3-15, Wantirna South 1-4-10. Single goal kickers across the ground in Liam Hewitt for the Devils, and then Darcy Laurie and Bailey White for the Demons. We're going to go to a break here on Eastern FM, Facebook, YouTube. It's EFNL Match of the Round. It's Wantirna South 1-4-10, trailing Montrose Demons 2-3-15.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL game day at Walker Reserve. Wantirna South hosting Montrose in a Division 1 round at 5 clash. The home side trail 1-4-10 and Montrose 2-3-15. 2 goals for Montrose off the deck in the goal square, while Wantirna South haven't probably made the most of their forward entries with 1 goal for. Ray, I'll get your comment on what you saw for quarter 1, and then we'll get some stats from Paul.
Yeah, well, as the game started, for the first 10 minutes of the game, it was all Wantirna South, but they only got the 1 goal, but they had most of the play. They were getting the clearances. Lincoln One was getting a lot of the ball. But then as the quarter went on, Montrose, they started to play what I call wet weather football. Kick the ball off the ground, just try and get some meterage, whichever way you can. And, you know, both their goals come from off the ground, and look, they're back in this game, and of course they've got a lead now, but Gary Ayres would be a lot happier, I think, with that first quarter than what Brett Moyle would. But look, I just went outside the caravan there at the break, and it's not raining now, but gee, that ground's very wet and slippery, so that's why the players are fumbling the ball. Paul, we'll go over to you, mate. You got some stats for us?
I do have some stats. The clearances in the first quarter, Wantirna led that 11-7. The inside 50 marks is a stalemate at the moment, 0-0. The intercept marks 2-1 in favour of Wantirna South. The tackles 20-12 in favour of Montrose. The inside 50s, Montrose 11-10, and the free kick count, Montrose leads 7-6.
And we'll have the huddles and the talk from the boundary, but let's go around the grounds with our score centre.
Apologies, Gav. Around the grounds in Division 4, Surrey Park 3-4-22 lead Forest Hill 2-3-15. In Division 3, not much going on at the moment. Sylvan 1-4-10 to Coldstream 1-3-9. Jumping into Division 2, Upper Gully 22-6. Ringwood 4-2-26 to the Basin 2-1-13. Then in Division 1, North Ringwood 4-1-25 lead Croydon 1-2-8. And then finally in Premier Division, Vermont 2-3-15 to 1-3-9 Baldwin at quarter time. As we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
In the later parts of that quarter, what do you think was the difference there?
Well, I think we just got a little bit of ascendancy around the stoppages, to be honest, and I think our pressure really went up a notch or two, and then we're a little bit better at just surging the ball forward, whereas I think we're probably just a little bit too cute. And the way Wantirna South plays, they're sort of surging and really getting speed and momentum on the ball, around the stoppage, that is. So, but it's a good game, you know, like it's only 5 points a diff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ben Johnson going down in the ruck for you guys. What does that mean tactically for your ruck stocks now?
Jamie Lord will ruck pretty much as long as he can, and then we might throw young Ty Galbraith in there for a bit of a look, or it might be Bailey White, or you might even get in there at some stage if you're lucky, Jared.
I'm definitely not tall enough, but thanks, Gary. Good luck.
Game's a game. I'd take it. That's a senior game of footy you've just turned down there, Jared. Don't come around very often.
I don't think I can put on a Demons jumper, I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Come on, Jared.
Back in the middle of a Walker Reserve. It's just 5 points of difference here, as Gary has alluded to. Not the greatest game as a spectacle, but nonetheless, tight and contested as we expected. Dines got it down. Wong got the handball, then ran into Dines, who then got the ball forward for the Devils in the beams direction. Again, no one can really read the flight of the ball. I don't know if the ball's just floating in the breeze or no one's been able to read it all day. And we'll have a boundary throw in just inside the forward 50 of the Devils. So, I don't know if Josh Ward, you were at the Wantirna South huddle, mate. What have you got for us?
Yes, I was, and Brett Moyle was happy with their effort, but he was a bit disappointed with the 2 goals they conceded, 2 Sockers off the ground. So he wants them to keep up that effort, particularly around the stoppages.
So Beams got to the front spot, but it's all the Demons at ground level. Could have been a free kick going the way of the Devils. And then they're going to get the ball just inside forward 50. Bouncing ball might work its way to Paddy Wallace, who steps inside the man there in Garthwaite. Tennant. Got it high inside forward 50. Gardle doing well down there. Could get a free kick for high and does. He's been probably one of the better players for the Demons so far in defence, Brendan Gardle. Bo Tennant just got sold a little bit of candy there, Blake.
Yeah.
By Paddy Wallace.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Is he a sweet tooth like yourself?
So
Gardner with the free kick. Sorry, Gav, that's a shank. That's out of bounds on the ball. You can have it now. Free kick's going to go the way of David Del Papa.
I thought he was going to be lucky there because he fell to the ground and they fell on him.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's all I wanted really to say. Sorry to jump in on you, but it's in the hands of Del Papa, who puts a long central ball, and the big man takes the mark, and it's going to be Beams who takes it forward. The relief ruckman centre forward job he's doing today, and he'll be lining up from 35 metres out, and this is probably, in terms of set shots,
it's pretty similar to Bailey White's.
He should
kick it, though.
Knowing his home conditions, he should put this through. The conditions are in his favour to trot in from almost directly in front, 40 metres out. He puts it on the boot and it goes over the goal umpire's hat, and the members behind the goals at the pavilion end, the Tynarone end, cheer it home. It's a goal that puts Wantirna South back in front. They lead by a point early in this second term.
And that's made Brett Moyle a happier man than what he was at quarter time, because they needed to get the first score on the board to get back into this game.
The members' end. The members' end. There's a bit of prestige about that. The members' end.
Well, they want to kick there.
Yeah, they do. They do.
It's
definitely not.
How long do you have to be in line to get a membership at?
Well, you've got to work your way up that 3-story couch
first.
first.
Do you?
When you get to the top, then you get a membership.
Usually,
I should have put my name down in the ballot when I was born. So up in the middle, we go again.
Well,
coming through off the line, off the wing there was Walker for the Demons. And we might have a secondary ball up in the middle of the ground here. Although the umpires, again, letting it go for quite a while. Wong got a little handball away. It's intercepted, though, by Watson, who gave it off to Lord, who puts it inside forward 50. Spoil came across there from Lang. Players pile in. Lang does well. Young overran it. And then the Demons forwards lock it in. So that was the first mark inside forward 50 for the game, wasn't it, Paul?
It was, yes.
Yeah. Just a quick one as well. Usually you chuck in your $70 or $80 for a social membership. So I think,
The members.
Yeah, well,
the members' end. I like
very
it.
social
It just
at that
adds a bit of
prestige.
Prestige to the game.
History,
doesn't it?
bit of history as
not
well.
Not many other grounds have the members' end.
That's true.
Maybe a members' wing.
Ringwood have that.
They had the members' wing. So inside 50 from Watson. I don't know if we'll count it. He just sort of ricocheted inside forward 50. But the Devils will clear their lines.
That's a huge kick.
That is a big kick. And the sleet is coming down here. Players are slipping and sliding over the place. Gardle got back. Got tackled by Jordan. Gave it to Garthwaite. Got his handball back to Gardle. He's under pressure from Wallace. Got his handball away just in time. It's up here. The pressure. Walker slapped it on the boot. Underneath it's Grimer. Drops another mark. He's getting in the right spots, is Grimer. Just can't finish the job at the moment. And then Watson.
Great.
Should be a free kick. Didn't have it. Didn't have it. Was close to a dangerous tackle. I guess Grimer didn't know, but...
No, I reckon he's just trying to get himself in the game, so he went the
well,
tackle.
He's probably just angry himself, because he's doing so many things right, Grimer, as we go down to Jared Beanland on the boundary.
I don't know about sleet, Matty. If that was the case, Josh would be in the box with you right now, but the wind is picking up a little bit, and, the rain's holding off for now, which is what we're grateful for down here.
Thanks for that, Rickard. We've got a short inside forward 50.
Great
good kick, good vision. Vision, probably the more important thing there from Rico, because he was winding up to probably have a shot at goal himself, and just out of the corner of his eye saw a teammate there who I can't quite see. The teammate there, Michael Schwab, and he'll kick from 35 metres out directly in front.
Just a quick one as well with Brad Watson. I think he just panicked a bit because he knew Watson was coming. And again, great vision there by Rickard. The age and experience of this man is incredible. 2013 Premiership player.
So Schwab from just outside the arc. Doesn't look uber confident, and there's a reason for that. Sprays it out to the right. Wide will fly and take a good mark. It was very laconic, the approach there from the Devils defenders. I don't think any of them thought the ball was going to stay in play, and Bailey White
That's why you
jumped almost uncontested, despite the fact there was 3 blokes around him, right?
That's why you always got to defend, don't you?
Yeah,
Ray?
Grimer was a little late there. He wants out of bounds on the full, but White, he's going to go the left foot snap, is he? It looks like the way he's opening up. Bit of Harry Mackay about this. Comes around the corner. Decent connection, but it's across the face. And out of bounds on the full. So the Devils do get that out of bounds on the full they were seeking. Gav just took a little bit longer than they would have liked. So 2-4-16, Wantirna South, Montrose 2-3-15, 5.5 minutes gone, second quarter.
Just a good one. That was good confidence there by Michael Swab from DLR South Football Club. Recruited this year, so good confidence there.
Son of Peter, who's
yes.
So it's a good pedigree, but it's Wantirna South taking out the defence. Long ball by Jordan, goes all the way, but the defender's through. Gardle gets in position, but he drops it, and now Lincoln's there to mop up, but he's been seized upon, and it'll be taken to the ground, and it'll be a ball up 40 metres out. So Wong is just not getting the space, but Gardle, he had it all until he dropped it. Or Garthwaite, should I say.
No defenders taken an intercept mark yet today. I think maybe 1 or 2.
Yep.
So the Rucks go at it. Beams knocks it forward, but doesn't advantage his runners. Getting under is Watson. He got under the knees of a Wantirna South player, and he got taken high. So he's, for bravery and courage, he takes the free kick. And it'll be a kick out wide. Might be a turnover ball. It put his teammate under a heap of pressure. So Wantirna South first to jump on it, and they'll jump on it to hold position. And Smith is happy to give it to the umpire 50 metres out from Wantirna South's goals, which is the members' end.
The members' end.
The intercept marks at the moment in this game is 2-1 in favour of Wantirna South. None yet this quarter.
Long ball, push out maybe by Garthwaite. And he's lucky to get away from that because the players got underneath it. How did the forward go forward and hit the ground? Garthwaite says, not by my doing, and he's happy to defend the last line. So it'll be a ball up 5 metres out from Wantirna South's goals. Rucks go at it. Beams in good position, knocked back away from goals, hoping to have a free man with some territory, but not getting out of a tackle was Del Papa, and it'll be a ball up closer to the boundary line left side. Let's get some scores around the ground.
Yeah, a couple more quarter time scores. Mulgrave 4-3, 27-2-2 for Templestowe, and South Belgrave Bayswater all tied up 3-2, 20.
Right, back the lines in earlier today as the handball came out to Ham, spent it before he could get the ball in the end, and then they just dribble it forward. The Demons have done well. Lord got the handball back to his man there meant to play. He gave it off to Descent, who's wrapped up by a couple of Devils. O'Keefe now, again, but comes out the fortunate direction of the Demons. Just can't get clean possession. Watson, handball back to Lord, got a bit of space on the far wing. Slaps it on the boot, but out of bounds on the full. So the Devils' pressure at the moment, Ray, is really making the Demons panic a little bit.
It is, but having said that, I think that the Demons are handling the ball a little bit better now than what they were in the first quarter.
Absolutely. So the ball, you'd suspect it'll just go back inside forward 50 or close to. The kick towards centre half board. That might be an intercept mark. It is. Well taken, well read there from the Montrose defender. And they're away now on the outer side. If they can get it out there to the man wearing the number 23, Chamberlain. Dropped the mark. Caney did well. Gave it to Wallace. He swings it back to Grimer, who's got Bailey White for company. He goes the little ball looking for Caney. But he couldn't get it there, Grimer. It was like a little torpy gone wrong, and it goes out of bounds for a boundary throwing.
Just saying, that was really good intercept mark there by last week's debutant, Ben Schilt, coming from the 19s and reserves, playing a couple of games. So, again, another confidence boost, considering Montrose are a very young side, as you can tell.
And he moved the ball on pretty quickly, which was good to see. Meant to play, got his little kick forward. Lang will put his head over it, does well. Got there first under pressure from Heap, and he'll want a free kick. The umpire says no. And fair enough, too. He didn't have much prior there, David Lang. Paul in the stat centre.
Tackle count this quarter, 6-5 in favour of Wantirna South.
So tossed up again. Just for the centre wing, the Devils' way. They lead by a point, 16-15. Scrappy game of footy. Watson put his head over it, and he'll get a free kick taken high, and the Demons can reset.
Watson, he's always putting his head over it. Doing a great job. Racking up the possessions again this week. But he's looking for where his next possession will go. Goes inside the corridor, long down the line. Got Schwab underneath it. He's besieged late. Punch goes down. Rove ball by Crom. His ball has been smothered, so it's still in the middle of Walker Reserve. Just forward of centre circle for Montrose advantage, and they hold the play up. So Schwab, he looked like he was open until the last minute. Some body contact came in late, and the ball spilled down. So it's 16 plays 15. Wantirna South leading. 10 minutes gone, second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, as trying to break through was Wallace, but he couldn't get out of the tackle and hands it back to the umpire. We're in the centre of Walker Reserve. This game is in a great even position. trying to take control through the ruck. Punch comes from the ruckman in Beebs. Ground level ball by Wallace gets it forward. Now the pack just falls apart as soon as it makes itself. That was a throw up, not seen. Can't take advantage of Sarin. So here's a turnover board. Watson's got it, hands it off to the runner. Now trying to get it forward. Nagel, a cheeky little kick, just puts a lot of pressure on his Rickard, the intended. Rickard comes in as the tackler. The handball was spooned up by Caney. Wallace couldn't help him out. And now it's a big opportunity for Montrose to hold it in. And there seems to be some supporters close to us from Montrose saying it's holding the ball, but I do not agree.
That is good umpiring. He let it go for both sides. It's good umpiring under the conditions.
So ball up, half forward flank for the Demons. It was just that ball from Nagel that was just a little bit too high, allowed Fanrich to get across. He had two good spoils there in that piece of play there too, Ricky Fanrich. So repeat stoppage. We've had a lot of those today. Wong and meant to play at the feet of this stoppage, and that's where it ends up. Wong, little kick forward, found the chest of Crikis, and the mark's paid. So he's got runners on the outside. He's going to go in the direction of Fegamali, who should mark it 60 metres out from goal and does. Got players on short. Goes in the direction, though, of Hewitt. Getting across there and getting a good fist on it was Tennant. And then sliding in, Garthwaite, handball to Descent, whose left foot ball is blind, but it'll work out because Brad Watson had found some space, but then copped a Falcon. Beams, handball over the top to Wallace, who's come into the game in this second quarter. He hooks it inside forward 50. Who are the targets down there? Got to the front spot and doing well was Watts. And then a kick at goal out the back of the pack has squeezed through. And I think that's Marcus Jordan.
Marcus Jordan.
Out the back of the pack. Well done there to Joshua Watts. Just brought the ball to ground. Didn't allow his man, I think it's Tennant there, to get a clean run at the footy. And then out the back, Jordan. Clean skills, grabbed it. Little snapshot, and it snuck home. Wantirna South 3-4-22. The Demons 2-3-15. We've got 12 minutes in the second quarter.
Probably a goal at Wantirna South deserved, because since quarter time they've had most of the play inside their forward 50 and the back six of Montrose. They've been under intense pressure.
Yes, yeah, indeed. And, you know, how good to see Marcus Jordan, you know, the experience and how good he's been.
Around the grounds in Premier Division, Norwood 3-4-22 to Park Orchard 3-1-19 at quarter time, and Noble Park 3-4-22 to Doncaster East 2-2-14.
Beams versus Lord. Tap one down to Wong, who goes to the right side wing. He emerges with the ball, kicks it to centre half forward. The bouncing ball scarpers a few opportunities for Wantirna South. Sarin comes in the tackle, lets his opponent get out of the tackle. Coming to help is Fandrich. His kick's a bit of a grubber, can't get through the congestion. Fandrich butters up again, 50 metres out, close to the boundary line. Montrose want to see it over and they get it out.
Fandrich has been good this quarter, both ends of the ground.
Yeah, this is another quick matchup that I haven't been seeing lately. He's Josh Midterplay, by the looks of things, is on Lincoln Wong. So a young pup there for Montrose.
The inside 50 count this quarter, 8-3 in favour of Wantirna South.
Beams, bigger player, wins the tap in the back position, knocks it down towards the goals. It's a real fierce effort here by standing up at the tackles was Potter. He has to quickly hand pass as the tackle takes him down. The tackles fly in and it's holding the ball because it's released in the tackle. There might be a 25 because the ruckman has pushed over his opponent. Bit of a dive.
It is. I think that's Tennant. Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, the man who's going to get this free kick, it's an absolute dive. But ill discipline. If we watch on the replay here, I think is it O'Keefe?
Yeah. So
watch O'Keefe here. He gets the free kick, and then Bo Tennant, little shove. O'Keefe, Oscar-worthy performance. But all worked out in the end for him.
Well, he's marched himself towards the face of the goal, so he should convert. Doesn't matter how you get there. Territory's big today, and he got himself 25 with some smarts. If you're going to try to push someone over, you'd run the risk of allowing them to fall over and draw attention to themselves, and the umpire saw it as that. Unnecessary play by Montrose to give up the territory, and what seems to be an easy goal, and O'Keefe will celebrate. He might charge on to Tennant. Oh! Tennant's gone again. Tennant's hit the deck, but maybe he deserved it for being silly before, and it's now going to be a big lead here for the home side. Wantirna South 4-4-28, leading Montrose 2-3-15, and the Devils are fired up.
Tennant came out of nowhere. Tennant's insinuated that he took a backward step at the end there. He ran over and then he thought, oh, I'm in trouble here. There's 4 Devils blokes.
He's definitely not the toughest Tennant out there. Gets it from me.
He went for him, Blake. There was 4 Devils players. It's almost like halfway through. He was like, I'm only one bloke.
Second mistake I've made in a minute.
At the end of the day, whether it was intentional or not, you've got to think about your teammates who have been fighting their backside off to defend the ball down there and to give away a stupid free kick with a 25-metre penalty.
And it's a 13-point lead, and we've seen goals are hard to come by today. So back in the middle of the ground, O'Keefe kicks the Devils 4th. Dennis got it down, and then O'Keefe's there again. Tried to spin into traffic. That should be ball, really. He stepped into the traffic, but we'll have a ball up just forward of the centre circles here. Probably smack bang in the middle of the ground, to be honest. Walker reserve. Been all the Devils this quarter. Their tackle pressure, the inside 50s, and they're probably just winning it around the stoppages due to the fact that Ben Johnson, Montrose' #1 ruckman, is injured at the moment. We don't know if he's out for the game. Hasn't been sided since late in that first quarter. Grimer should get a free kick for high. Ducked his head a little bit, but nonetheless, as we go to Jared Beanland on the boundary.
I should have confirmed that with Gary. He is indeed out of the game for the rest of the day.
So that's a big one. So the ruckman of Jake Dennis and I think the secondary ruckman Beams can really take a hold of this game for the Devils. Long ball down the line. Once again, no one able to take the mark for either side. Watts piles in, and then Wong just extracts it from the contest, and he's got a man, Jordan, on his own on the half-forward flank. Can he keep it in? He can. He's 45 from goal. Little poking ball is a good one.
Yeah.
And the man on the lead is Barlow, and he can have a shot in front of the triple-decker couch to put this margin out towards 19 points, and really the Devils deserve it, Ray.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
Zoned out the old fella.
Yeah, no, look, that was great play, and it gets back to the Wayne Harms goal in that grand final. You know, it to me it wasn't out of bounds. No. Montrose might believe it was, but
I thought that was out of bounds.
No,
so
I
Barlow
thought
comes in, 20 metres out, pokes at it, and he's just kept it narrow.
I honestly, sorry boys.
No, that was in.
Was in.
Ryan Long around the grounds.
Yeah, first update from Donvale Reserve. Whitehorse 4 straight 24 to the Magpies 139, and then out at Tormore, Baronia 6-6-42, leading Knox 2-2-14.
Oh, that was out of bounds on the full. Sorry, I thought he snuck that in. We got a Kangaroom score, Ryan.
Last one I have here, Churnside Park still kicking with the win, 7-5-47 to 4-2-26.
Mate, that's still game on. So ball out towards us on centre wing. Dennis, who's been good. He does really well. Buckles through a couple, and that might be holding the ball, though. Taj Heap, he's about half his size, wrapped him up in a bear hug.
Yep.
And now Heap will go. Little chipping ball to Watson. And Watson will go little short ball in the middle towards meant to play. Caney came across, got a spoil. Heap's handball to Del Papa, who intercepted it, and then trying to bust his way through his hams. His handball comes out to Laurie, handballed it straight to Lincoln Wong, not the bloke you want to be giving it to if you're a Montrose player today. And then O'Keefe is wrapped up by Hams, and we'll have a ball up smack bang in the middle of the ground. It's the Devils 28 leading the Demons 15.
So time to take attack of the scoreboard. It's Bendigo Bank scoreboard 4-4-28. Wantirna South leading Montrose 2-3-15, and the Devils go forward again. Kick inside, bouncing ball gets to Figure Marley, who can't. He reaches onto the hand pass from Fandridge, but now it's a disputed ball because the pass inside 50 didn't hit the man on the full, so it'll be eventually Montrose getting to the tackles, and Jack Garthwaite does a nice effort in defence. Holding the ball decision goes the way of the Demons. Out the back, the runners might here be for the Demons. Over the half back. Now Watson couldn't get to it, and now picking it up. Wantirna South getting a quick kick outside the defence, but taking a nice mark.
That is a very good mark.
And he's got a short on, and he finds a man trying to slow it up, as there is Heap. Gets it to Hams. Hams goes across field to the right, half-forward flank. Now some quick hands, trying to get Chilton involved again. Quick kick, flying up there, no quick kick, and it's been taken by Wallace, who's taken down in the tackle, but too high. As Montrose, they just don't have that finesse going forward.
It's the pressure again, though, Gav, that no one's been able to get clear.
No.
So it's Wallace who will take the free kick at half back because the high up and under didn't go towards the goals. Wallace looking for a short. He's got a teammate on Caney. He's also got Lang. Lang, oh, what a beautifully weighted kick, as trying to get there was Lord, and it goes over the top, and Lang takes a chest mark, boundary side, half back. So talk about an exquisite kick. So Lang, long ball down to the wing. Big man fly. Coming in late was Watts, dropping it to ground. Have Montrose got men there to mop up? Oh, the kick was a indiscreet one there by Hams. Nearly gets smothered. Leaving it behind was Galbraith, just as he was off to the races. And he leaves it on the wing, and it'll be a ball up, centre wing.
The tackles in this quarter are 13 to 11 in favour of Montrose, and the inside 50s this quarter 10 to 5 in favour of Wantirna South.
And you spoke about that kick before from Pat Wallace, Gab. That's what he adds to the Devils side, just that little bit of poise. So him getting the hands on the footy is a good sign for them. Fegamali, handball off to O'Keefe, who kicked the last goal, runs to 50. Chipping ball will get out the back. Who can run onto it? That looks like, is it Fandrick out there? He's everywhere. He is everywhere, both ends of the ground. A lot of toe there. And it'll be a boundary throw right in front of the members' end. So the Devils by 13 points. To be honest, they could be further out. They've had real domination this quarter, as Paul has alluded to every time we've thrown to him. So it'll be Beams and Lord in the ruck. Beams, who kicked a goal this quarter as well, from a set shot about 30 metres out. Might be a free kick, nothing doing. Hand by Fegamali out wide. Left foot ball from Crikis is snapping towards goal. That's an absolute ripper. Right in front of the members' end, Gavin. That could be a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender there from James Crikis. The Devils have got 5. They're 5-4-34. Montrose 2-3-15. And just their stoppage work, Ray, this quarter. Obviously, they're getting first use due to the fact that they've got 2 genuine ruckmen out there, but nice little handball came out to Crikis on his preferred left.
Yeah, they're winning the stoppages without a doubt, Wantirna South. But the thing about it, when you even look around the ground, when Lincoln Wong gets the ball, he gets tackled, but he has the ability to get a hand pass out, whereas when Montrose are getting tackled, the ball's knocked loose.
And that was Fegamali with that initial handball out there to Crikis, Gav. He's been good in that sort of situation as well. As we go to Ryan Long in the score centre.
Yeah, in Division 3, Sylvan 3-8-26 lead Coldstream 1-4-10. Ferntree Gully 2-5-17 lead Oakley District 1-4-10. And then Warrandyte 3-2-20 lead Fair Park 3-1-19.
A lot of 10s in third division at the moment, I can tell.
So from the centre, clearance goes out to the right wing. Wallace gets onto it, running from half back.
Oh, well
Fegamali does nice, slides into the ball, keeps it in, picks himself up, picks up the ball, now surges it in with a kick, and it's marked inside 50. So credit that to Fegamali, and it's Smith who will take the resulting kick at goal.
Was that one out of bounds, Blake?
No, that was kept in.
He's been, but he, like you said about Lincoln Wong, Ray, how he's got that poise. Fegamali's showing that as well. That most players just take that out of bounds. He had the presence of mind to keep it in.
Yeah.
Just the smarts, the slide into it. He covered the ball with his body, got himself up.
Yep.
And Smith, who's didn't expect to be taking a mark from that play, he lines up from 50. He's hooked it straight off the boot, and it misses by about 5 metres to the left for minor score. So that would have been play of the day, but it finishes with a minor score for Wantirna South. They stretch out to 5-5-35, leading by 20 points. Montrose 2-3-15 at Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Tennant taking the kick out, goes low and finds Gardel. Give it back to Tennant. So a bit of speed on the ball here for the Demons. Goes up the middle, dangerous kick, but a good one. Finds Heap. This has been better. This is what Gary Ayres spoke about before the game. Obviously, the conditions aren't suited. Tennant for a third touch in a minute. Takes the mark on the wing. Gave the handball to Watson. He's got Menti play inside. Ignores him. Goes centre forward. White should get there. Knocks it to the ground. Pick up by Descent. Back to White. Moves to 40. Set sail for home. He's hooked it. It's out of bounds on the full. So, really good piece of play from Montrose end to end, but just couldn't finish the job.
They haven't scored this quarter, Montrose, but yeah, that was their 6th inside 50 this quarter.
Better inside 50 as well. Good to see Tennant as well, just coming through from the back line and basically virtually onto the wing and almost set up a goal there by White, but just missed.
And that's probably the first time they've had a bit of pace on the ball all day. Wallace might get a free kick. Menti plays there, got it out. Come out to Walker, puts it to the hot spot. Out the back. Should be Wantirna South ball. Annoy just escorts that line for a boundary throw in.
You can definitely tell that the members' end, as they call it, is definitely going to be the scoring end. And Wantirna South,
as they call it.
as Ray's been touching on, it's definitely going to be like Wantirna South kicking down there. It's going to be dangerous.
Well, Demons want to get a hurry on soon. Lang is wrapped up in a tackle, and we'll have another ball up.
I tell you, in the AFL, that would have been a free kick to Galbraith over the shoulders because it was just a lazy hand by the ruckman over the shoulder there.
So, giving away a lot of height there is Tyson Galbraith, to be fair to him. So, Beams wins it down. Galbraith will follow up, though. Heaps around it. Might be a free kick to Laurie. Played for one. And the umpire says nothing doing. We'll have another ball up. What's the free kick count, Paul?
The free kick count this quarter is 6-3 in favour of Montrose.
Oh, I'll see. There you go. And still the Devils have had all the play. They're up by 20 points here. Mate, might get a free kick here. Lang was taken. It was a bit like a rugby league hit there, wasn't it, Gab? Like, it was a good tackle, it was just a little bit high. Like, he's sort of a bit of rugby league, front rower.
I think the violence is what the umpire saw.
Trying to break the line. So David Lang, he looks a little bit, looks a little bit taken
Lang's
aback.
been very good on the back line
He's been good for a long time. David Lang goes in the Grimer direction. And Dennis is around there. He's taking the mark. Almost forgot he took the mark there because he looked to play on. Did the big ruckman. Who, as Brett Moore alluded to, started the season as a sort of centre-half back, centre-half forward operator and been thrown in the ruck and been really good since then. Beam's got his hands to it and they just force it forward, the Devils. It ends in the hands of Hewitt, or is it Barlow? Right foot snaps, gone all the way through the middle. It was Hewitt. He's only had 2 kicks all day and he's kicked 2 goals. And the Devils now 6-5-41, pulling away from Montrose 2-3-15 and 25 minutes gone in the second quarter. Ray, Blake, Paul, Gav, what's going on?
Great play there by Wantirna South to move it from half.
Just forced it forward, didn't they?
Yeah, it went from coast to coast, and in the middle there it was kicked off the ground, but just keep the ball rolling forward.
First update from Heights Reserve, Mirrabah 2-3-15 to an inaccurate Beaconsfield 1-7-13, and then Scoresby have cut back the margin 4-9-33 to Kilsyth 7 straight 42.
So Montrose haven't scored, but they've had White kick it out on the full twice for shots at goal. But it's 5 goals to Wantirna South this quarter to lead by 26 points approaching half-time. Just a quick inside 50s count.
Inside 50 count this quarter, 12-7 in favour of Wanty South.
So they'll load up again with the ruck advantage. Wong takes a running go at it. He tries to burst through a tackle. He took it and he was tackled immediately, so won't be holding the ball. But nice play by Metaplay. He's trying to get involved.
Tackle count this quarter, 16-14 in favour of Montrose.
Lord running jump at it, but he's beaten to the tap by Dinez. Ground level ball is under hands and feet. Wong at ground level. He's to be applauded. He always wants to be first one onto it. And he picks himself up. It'll be another ball up forward, just forward a metre of centre circle for Wantirna South.
5 goals to none this quarter.
That's right, Montrose are trying to get some ascendancy out of the stoppages. Metaplays on the receiving end of his quick kick, goes long. Bouncing ball doesn't get to the Montrose player on the full. So it'll be now a disputed ball inside 50. And it just bundles out. So the opportunity there for, I think that was Chamberlain running onto the ball. He just bounced before he got to the Lily.
He had it spent before he got it. He was looking up what his options were before he actually picked it up.
Well, I think he was hoping to take a mark and then have a set shot rather than it bounce in front of him. Quick kick out by Wantirna South has been chopped off, so it'll go back in by Nagel. Nagel looks at his options. Now the marking options fly. No, well, 2 grabs at it. No opportunity for Montrose. A quick kick forward has been chopped off by Smith. Smith, who kicked a goal this quarter. No, he missed
shanked
it. So I was hoping he kicked a goal, but he didn't. He saved a goal this time.
There,
and his kick did hit a target, and off to the races are Wantirna South.
So Fandrick through the middle of the ground has showed plenty of toe when he's got it. Kicks it out. He's got Hewitt and Crikers. Both have kicked goals this quarter. Crikers shot. I think it actually bounces through for... it would have been a boundary throw, but the siren beat him anyway.
Yep,
but what a quarter of footy there from the Devils. 5 goals to nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. 2-3-15 Montrose, Wantirna South 6-5-41. We'll go down to Josh Ward on the boundary. He's got Brett Moyle.
I do indeed, Brett. A really impressive second quarter. 5 goals and not conceding a single score. That must have really preached you heading into the main break.
Yeah, I reckon our energy and intensity around the ball's been really good. I know we had 22 tackles in the first quarter. I haven't quite got the number there, but I reckon that would have been our highest tackle number for a half of the year. So I think... some of our ball movement's been good, but I think the thing that I've been most impressed with is just our energy and intensity at the ball carrier when they've had it.
And what do you reckon you can improve on in this second half as well?
Well, I think just a little bit of our decision making going forward. I think it's made a bit of a difference there. Marcus Jordan was able to use the ball pretty well inside the forward 50 2 or 3 times, and just that decision making going forward, which he was able to do. Maybe if there's a couple of others who can do that as well to just sort of finish the good work.
Well, but go send the message to the boys at halftime. Good luck for the rest of the game.
So Josh Ward there with Wantirna South coach Brett Moyle, and he is very happy with that quarter. Only way you could be. So they kicked 5 goals, 1-0 that quarter. The goal kickers, Jack O'Keefe kicked 1 that quarter. Marcus Jordan, James Crikers also kicked 1 that quarter. Nick Beams as well, and Liam Hewitt finished things off. He has 2 for the day. He kicked their first in the first quarter and their last in the second quarter. The goal kickers haven't changed from Montrose, of course. It's Bailey White and Darcy Laurie. Before we're going to go to a break here on the other side of this break, we'll have the halftime team talking all things around the grounds and here at Walker Reserve. A reminder as we go to that break, it's Wantirna South 6-5-41, Montrose 2-3-15.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to the Eastland match of the round. It is half-time here out at Walker Reserve. Wantirna South 6-5-41 lead Montrose 2-3-15.
Agree, and the chances that they're making the most of going forward, it's not necessarily been the set plays as it would be on a day like this. It's been quite slippery out there. Once again, it's just all single, except for Hewitt, all single goal scorers there for Wantirna South. It's an impressive spread of dangerous players that they have up there. They have a lot of weapons. We saw that throughout last year. We've seen that so far this year. If you look at the goals that have been kicked throughout their first 4 rounds, and Montrose are just struggling to know exactly what to do, I suppose, defensively to maintain, to contain those weapons that the Devils have.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit interesting just because, I don't think it's really been a problem in recent years for Montrose and Gary. I feel like they like to flood the defence and then rebound, but maybe conditions don't help with that, right?
Yeah, well. Also interesting that Gary has kept the boys out there for an extended period of time. They only just went into the rooms a moment ago. So having a bit of a chat out there on the ground, I'm sure he wouldn't have been happy with that quarter, the effort they put in, because they really fell away and they didn't create many opportunities themselves, while probably putting a lot of pressure on their back six.
Yeah, well, it was interesting at the quarter-time huddle, as he spoke about adjusting to the conditions. He spoke about the courage that the players had shown in the first quarter, the contest work and whatnot, and it just didn't translate in that second quarter. For whatever reason, they, I guess, haven't adjusted to the conditions as much as what Gary would have wanted, and maybe that's part of the reason why he kept them on the ground for an extended amount of time, just to sort of, explain or just to demonstrate that perhaps, the sort of, conditions that they're playing in, the ground, it's an important thing, the environment that you're playing in, and maybe he was just making an example of that.
And they wouldn't be too unfamiliar with these conditions as well, just
No.
given, Montrose, it's a lot smaller than this, but here at Walker Reserve, it's still a pretty small ground, and they would have been preparing in the rain as well, potentially on the Tuesday and Thursday nights, or during the off season maybe. But
yeah, I don't think conditions can be too much of an excuse for them.
Yeah.
Both sides are playing in them. They haven't really looked likely.
But it is disappointing in particular, just because they really got back into the contest. That second half of the first quarter, they hit the fronts, and I thought they would go on a bit of a run later on. But there's been plenty of players that impressed me. We were talking during that second quarter as well about one particular player, Ricky Fandrich. Now, I've seen him a couple of times in the northern suburbs, Ryan and Jared, and whenever I see him, he always shows up. So he always has a good game, and he had a really good quarter there. His effort was quite remarkable, being all over the ground and creating plenty of chances. But have there been any other players that stood out from your point of view, Jared?
Yeah, absolutely. The one for me is Figa Marley. He's been excellent. He's been, his contest work has been great. He can take a good grab. He's been really, really important, I think, for linking up for Wantirna South, but also the contests that he's provided. And also David Lang. I have to give him a shout out in the back line. He stood tall today and is a big reason that they held Montrose scoreless for this second quarter.
Figa Miley is his first senior game of the season as well, so that's a really impressive effort. But,
he stepped up.
Let's go to the score centre with yourself,
Yeah,
Ryan.
yeah, plenty of updated scores around the ground. So we'll start in Premier Division. Blackburn 3-9-27 lead Berwick 3-2-20. Out at Mullen Reserve, Norwood 4-6-30, Trail Park Orchards 5-4-34. That's one we discussed on Friday. Not sure which way that would go. Close one there. Out at Pat Wright Senior Oval, Doncaster Eves have hit the lead 6-4-40 to Noble Park 5-8-38. Doncaster 2-3-15, Trail East Ringwood 2-9-21 at Shrams Reserve. Keeping it close there with a lot of outs there for the Roos side. Out at Seabeck Oval, Roval 3-9-27 lead South Croydon 4-2-26. Vermont big lead at half-time 5-6-36 to Baldwin 1-5-11. Big performance from Robbie Ross in the first half. We've been hearing in his 200th game for the club. Going into Division 1, South Belgrave 5-4-34 to Bayswater 5-3-33. Big half there from Bayswater. They've probably a bit of time to start putting some respect to the name. They've had a strong start to the season.
They're better than what we thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Beaconsfield 2-8-20 lead Mooroolbark 2-3-15 in a low-scoring game there. No scores from Lilydale. We do have a quarter-time score, 5-1-31. Mitcham lead Lilydale 3-2-20. Jumping into Division 2, Ringwood 5-6-36 lead the Basin 3-1-19. Waverley Blues have now jumped out to a 40-point lead over Upper Ferntree Gully, 60-20. Haven't had an update since at Tormore, 42-14 at quarter time. And then Mulgrave have 4-4-28 trail Templestowe now 6-8-44.
Update from AJ Barker as well. Heath won 3-6-24. He scored 2-3-15 out there.
That was an interesting game that we were looking at on the podcast.
We haven't been updating on game day at the moment. Sylvan 3-9-27, been inaccurate, but lead Coldstream 1-3-9. Very impressive start from them. Ferntree Gully 3-6-24, lead Oakley District 2-5-17. Warrandyte 6-5-41, Fair Park 4-4-28, on track for their first win of the season if they can continue this form in the second half. And Whitehorse 6-4-40 to Donvale 3-3-21. Geez, they've been good the last couple of weeks. Jumping into Division 4 now, Churnside Park, big lead at halftime, 11-7-73 to Croydon North Emlock 4-2-26.
So did the wind do a U-turn at quarter time? Is that what?
It's followed them around, or they've gone the same end for the second quarter. Surrey Park 8-7-55 lead Forest Hill 3-5-23. And then the interesting one at Pinks Reserve, Scoresby have had 6 more scoring shots, 5-10-40, but trail Kilsyth, who have been very accurate, 7.42, which is much different to what happened last week in their performance.
They've passed on the plague of inaccuracy from themselves to score speed this week.
Absolutely. We're about to go to a ad break here for the half time. Just quickly, gents, can Montrose come back in this game, or is it a Wantirna South should run away with it?
I definitely think so. It's going to be hard. I think Ayresy would have pumped them up at half time, just given what he's done in recent history. I think they'll come back, Jared.
I think Montrose will make more of a contest of it. Question is, how will they handle the ruck situation with Ben Johnson going down?
We'll find out shortly after the break for the Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. The love the game, not the odds game between Montrose and Wantirna South. We're about to bring action down for the second half. It's Wantirna South 6-5-41 to Montrose 2-3-15. And to take it away in the third quarter is Matt Fodia.
Thank you, Blake. So the weather's sort of held off. We haven't had that heavy rain that we were promised in the early stages of the day. But of course, there's still an hour of footy left, Gavin. So it could come at any time. So the Demons have to get something going in this third quarter if they're any chance of winning this one. We're up in the middle. Deness and Lord. Beautiful tap straight down to Lang. Got it inside 450. Hewitt comes at the stoppage. Did well. Marcus Jordan, little dribble kick around the corner. Ricky Fandrick runs in, kicks a goal. It's been 15 seconds. And the Devils have got their 7th. That was a training drill.
He was doing Mason Redmond's
the bull, the horns.
The Red Dog.
The Red Dog, there you go. So Wantirna South 20 seconds in, they've already added another, and that was genuinely a training drill there, Ray Baird.
It was, and it all come from the centre bounce, you know. And I noticed that time Lincoln Wong didn't go actually right into the play in that centre bounce, and it was Lang, I think it was, that took the ball out. So that could be something that Wantirna South can work on this quarter.
Well, if they're going to put time into Wong, they just hit it to someone else. And Dinesh is already one of the really strong ruckmen in the competition.
Yeah.
He's going up against a second stringer, and he wins that hit out again. Here comes Wong, little handball forward, and they flip it over the top. Barlow could get clean possession, slaps it into space towards Beams. Descent slipped over as he picked up that footy and we'll have a ball up. So it's 32 points the margin there. Ricky Fandrick, again, he's been at both ends of the ground. He's quick. He's got a bit about him, and he just ended up in the right place at the right time and kicked the first goal of this second half. Beams slaps it down. Fegamali got his handball off to Kai Barlow, who kicks his second. Bit of a procession happening. We've got a minute and a half here in the third quarter, and the Devils are out to a 38-point lead. They're 8-5-53. Montrose 2-3-15. Little handball from Fegamali. He's been very impressive, Gavin. And Kai Barlow kicks his second.
Yeah, I noticed his old man over there at half-time too.
Sorry,
Chris,
first. Sorry, Chris Barlow.
Chris Barlow, over there as well. So, that's Chris Moore, he absolutely wrapped with that start.
Well, not one possession for Montrose this quarter, and in 2 minutes, it's been about 9 touches for Wantirna South. It started with Dinez. He's Lang or Wong. He'll be looking to tap it down to.
It keeps turn now, isn't it? We're just going around in a circle.
Well, Wong, they like to come from the back of the circle. Wong's been wrapped up, but he gets his hands on it, and he gets tackled by men of play straight away. Now it's getting kicked forward by Descent on the bouncing ball. Montrose have got it in hand. White can't burst out of a tackle, but out of brute strength, he gets it forward, and holding up was Caney in the tackle in defence. So finally, the Montrose team get some territory with possession, but they look undersized here in the ruck. Again, Dinez takes front position, but Lord did well. Second effort at ground level. Men of play, up and under, goes to 30 out. The Flyers come at it. It's bobbling around like a volleyball game. There's no net so far, so we'll get White coming into the tackle, and he applies on Young. And Charles, who picks himself up, and a great day for Charles.
Wow.
There'll be a King Charles by the end of the day.
A long run up at it, hasn't he, though, Charles? Had a long run up at it.
Yeah, he's been waiting a while, but he's going to have his day today. Wallace playing the wing now drifts into the fence, picks himself up with the ball, but he's been tackled and held up.
Can anyone else play in the ruck, Blake, for Montrose? Is there someone they could throw in there? Because Zenes is just having a field day.
Like obviously you got Galbraith and Lord, but maybe even Bailey White, maybe potentially. It's a hard one to tell who, because we're not really a really tall team. Even Garthwaite, but Garthwaite's just a lockdown.
Well, there's named Garthwaite, didn't he? And potentially.
But I think Garthwaite's just a lockdown defender.
Because Zenes is murdering them at the moment.
Yeah.
He's got one to the eye.
Well, that's the way to stop him. Take the big man out by the eye.
See.
I'd honestly like to see the stats with the hit outs. If I don't know if you're doing them, Paul.
Little elbow there from Descent, accidental one.
Yeah, but I don't know if Paul's got it or not. But I'd love to see the hit outs. Mainly to advantage.
I'll tell you what it is this quarter. It's a lot to nothing.
Yeah, indeed.
Only been going 4 minutes.
That's right.
Yeah.
So. Ball up, so Galbraith will go up against Beams now. I think Dennis is going to go have a look at his eye or his nose or whatever. Caught the stray elbow there at both Descent or Ben Descent. Fegamali got his handball back to Wallace. Quickly got up from his knees and shoved one around the corner. Barlow dropped the mark under pretty heavy pressure there from Aiden Potter. And we'll have a ball up just for the centre wing for the Demons. They trail by 38 points. Wanty South, Brett Moore did say they've been in winning positions every game, so they'll be hoping to make this one stick as Watson exits the stoppage, goes inside forward 50. Needs someone to take a mark, no one can. Following up a little handball was Del Papa. It's a dangerous one though, it's into the corridor. Chamberlain couldn't pick it up. Nagel pinballed off his shins. Laurie got his handball further back and then just slapping it inside forward 50 once again to the Demons. It was touched off the boot. Chamberlain dropped the mark, went through his fingers anyway, and then soccering off the ground is Bailey White. It's through for a behind. So Montrose's first score since the first quarter. They're 2-4-16. Wanty South 8-5-53. 8-5-53. We've gone 5 minutes in the third quarter. Ryan Long in the score centre.
Update at Quamby. North Ringwood 33-15 lead there. Baronia 81-26. And then the Cats 5-11-41. Sylvan to Coldstream 1-3-9. Handy lead there at half time.
Only the good ones tip them, don't they, Ray?
Yeah.
Caney takes it out for Wantirna South. Last line long to the outer wing. Big kick. Bubbling around. Lang couldn't get it, but Wong's there to butter up for Wantirna South. Now just through momentum, they burst forward. And from the kick out, just a series of punch-ons and tap-ons from that long kick out, and it goes out of bounds, half forward for Wantirna South. You think that's what Montrose were trying to do. They were trying to get momentum in running, but they just have been hit hard in every contest, and it's taken them off the ball, so to speak. Wantirna South trying to get it again, but Montrose applying the tackles in the centre of Walker Reserve. Nicely done by Heap and Descent. 2 men tackling down Lang, and it'll be back to the umpire. Forward of centre circle for the Devils. They lead 53-16. They haven't kicked a goal since first term, have Montrose. The dribbling kick was just a touch finder, and it'll be out of bounds, half forward from Montrose. For the scoreboard side, and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows that Wantirna South leading 53-16, and at quarter time it was 15-10 to Montrose. So it's been a big turnaround since quarter time. Momentum's with Wantirna South. They've got the ruck advantage. This time it's ground level ball. So what can Montrose do? Trying to pick himself up out of the contest was Serin. And now it falls to Wong, outer wing. Close, he runs the boundary line. He spears the ball in. Courage. What a great mark by Potter, who ran with the flight of the ball just as the full forward Hewitt looked like he was going to run onto it, but Potter takes a nice mark. Kick out wide, drop ball, just as Chamberlain might have a chance to burst forward. Wallace goes in, Chamberlain comes to tackle. The hand pass is ragged. White grabs it on the wing, goes to half forward, up and under, nearly chopped arms, ground level descent, hands it off to his teammate. Running in and out of trouble was Schwab, and he finally puts it on the right boot, but he was unbalanced and misses it to the right side. So that's really tells the tale for Montrose. They're just a little bit off with their skills because of the pressure. Montrose 2-5-17 trailing Wantirna South 8-5-53 early third term.
And the effort of Montrose in that last play, because they brought the ball right from the half-back line, right up to the goal line.
I just want to mention that there was a man, he's wearing a beanie that's got a big R on it. There he is, right in the middle of the screen. He's FaceTiming someone and showing them the football. It's incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Good on him. Who's on the other end of that FaceTime?
I just want to let you know that's actually one of my teammates, his dad. So,
Well, can you let him know if he wants to? He's got the stream. He doesn't need to FaceTime.
Well, I'll tell you later.
Anyway, so Nagel got a handball away, and then the Demons are inside forward 50. Big fly from Galbraith, and then coming through, hitting the ball hard, was Noy. And we'll have a ball up, centre half forward for the Demons. I just spotted that before, Ray, and I thought, how far have we come? Don't have to call it, I'll just show you it. Great Northern in one hand, iPhone in the other. So Descent, can he pick up the ball? Eventually he does, got his handball back to Nagel, slapped it on the boot inside forward 50. Should suit Laurie, but the bounce makes him wait for it, and Caney wraps him up immediately. And that'll be a ball up. Right half forward for the Demons. Had a bit of the play the last 3 minutes. And now, but they still can't really hit the scoreboard. We'll have a ball up. Beams in the ruck, slapped it forward. Descent, handball off. Schwab wants his right boot, got onto it. Kick towards the top of the goal square. It's a 2-on-1. Grimer gets back. He and his teammate knock it through 4A behind. So Montrose 2-6-18. Wantirna South 8-5-53. 9 minutes gone in the third quarter.
Well, at least they're challenging now in the last couple of minutes, but they've got to, if they can get a goal, just get a goal, and then maybe another one will come after that.
So Caney's got it in hand, but there's a whistle for, well, the umpire's pointing, but not much is happening. So Caney just runs off to the right back pocket, spears a pass in, and he hits up Wong. He doesn't get much space to himself without pushing through the opponents, but this time he was all alone, hard half back. His kick in the middle, nice. It was just before it hit the ground. Pega Marley gets it. He looks to, goes down the corridor with his left boot and nicely chopped off, reading it well was the Montrose player. The quick play to Chamberlain, he drops it again. Oh, sorry, that's Laurie, but he's got time to pick it up, go long down to the ground. At ground level, Watson left it behind, gets onto his right boot as he picks it up again. His kick's a ragged one as he gets tackled and stragged, and it's going to be chopped off by Noy last line on Garthwaite. So Montrose, they're just spilling it when they've got it in hand, and it's causing them to mislay their kicks.
Did Laurie use the right option there? He was streaming towards, he had an option in the pocket, and he hooked it back towards White, who had a 1-on-2. So the Devils work it out to right half back, where it's Smith. Had 2 shots a goal earlier today, Smith, and Missed both of them, but he's been proactive at either end of the ground. He'll go long down the line, looking for Dines. There's a little shove out. Umpire says nothing doing, but the mark's taken there by Lord. Had his work cut out. He's just called the play on. Got his kick away just in time. It's a good kick. Finds Rickard. Handballs off to the runner in Walker. He'll pump it inside forward 50. Laurie's out the back of this pack. Will it get out to him? Ball hits the deck. Galbraith's there. So are the Devils. Laurie gets a little check side, and I think he snuck it through.
There's a touch, though, they say, Wantirna South.
All clear. So the Demons get their first goal in almost 45 minutes. And it was a little scrapper there. Laurie's got his second, and all their goals have come from within 5 metres out. And not even a check side, just an absolute floater from Laurie. No, it's a goal. It's a goal. No one's debating it.
I was just saying that player there who said it, that was not
well, you've got to do it, though. You don't ask, you don't get, Blake. So Montrose 3-6-24, Wantirna South 8-5-53, and
there's been plenty of wrongful convictions in jurisdictions.
Look, they got reward for effort there, Montrose. As I said, their last 5 minutes they've had the ball in their forward 50, so they're rewarded with a goal.
And Dines Wong was there, but he was wrapped up as soon as he's running, so he's hamstrung from it. Descent. He tries to bundle it in his hands because he knew he's getting tackled. He spoons it over his teammate. Again, Watson's trying to be on top of it, but the ball spills out to the advantage of Wantirna South. Slipping over, though, there's a lot of players going to ground under a heap of pressure, so we can understand that. Let's get some stats. It's at centre forward for Wantirna South.
Montrose have upped the ante in this third quarter. They're slowly pegging their way back into this game. They're leading the clearances 8-4, and the inside 50s, Montrose leads 6-2.
First tap won by Montrose. Lord had a running go at it, but it was picked up by... Now it's a quick kick hitting the post. Just in the rush of it, it was Jordan who picked it up in the pocket as the kick went forward from the ruck contest, and Jordan from 20 metres out in the pocket hits the post. So let off for Montrose.
So Montrose all game have gone to the far side from this kick out. I'd like to see them try something different here, Ray.
Yeah, just mix it up.
Yeah, well, Wanty South know where it's going. Kick finds its way to Nagel, who marks it at half back, and he goes short inboard and finds a man there in Walker. So done well here. They're 50 minutes from their own goal, but again, this is where it stops. They've got to try and, as Gary said, put some pace on the ball, but also open up the ground, switch the play. So Garthwaite goes short and finds Tennant, who plays on immediately. Rushed his kick and a good smother there from Crikis. And we'll have a boundary thrown deep in Wantirna South's forward 50.
Can we have those inside 50s again for the quarter?
The inside 50s this quarter are 6-4 in favour of 6-3 in favour of Montrose.
Yeah, but Wantirna South 3 have got 2 goals, 1 out of it.
Two goals, 1, and they've got a repeat stoppage inside 450. So the ball's thrown in. Lord got his fist to it. Gathering it, though, there was Watts. Got a little kick forward. Handball from Hams. Gave it back to the ruckman. That's not what you want to do, and that's why he's kicked the torpy out of bounds on the full. So that's that pressure from Wantirna South. So they'll get another inside 50 here because Lang will just pump it right back in there. He'll be looking for Hewitt. Maybe Watts himself, who's got a bit of height about him. Even Barlow, like I said, he's undersized, but he's a strong unit.
Montrose, you just got to be wary of that hole there that's open.
Yeah, there is someone to lead into it. So Lang will be called to play on eventually. He's got a couple of options. Barlow is one, but he's going to run his full measure to about 60 and put it to the hot spot. I think Jordan's got the sit out the back. Big fly. Ball spoiled around. Crikis is there. Wong will get there first, will he? Kept his feet. Hams got a handball away. O'Keefe holding the man. Coming back to Riley Hams. Lincoln Wong just hung on a little bit too long because O'Keefe was about to have a snap at goal. I know the free kick. Is it meant to play? Sorry, Hams meant to play. Both ended fours.
First free kick of the quarter, actually.
There you go. We've got a score centre update from Ryan Long.
Yeah, Basin coming back at Batterham 5-2-32, trail Ringwood 6-7-43.
So meant to play goes backwards to Garthwaite. So clearly the Devils are set up well behind the ball. They're blocking up the corridor, as you can see. And the chip kick goes out right to Walker. So this is where they're just hemming them in. They know they like to use the corridor, the Devils, so they're blocking it up. And Walker plays on, kicks it long down the line. His target's Galbraith. Good run at the footy, good mark. They've got to go quickly. Got 2 1-on-1s, but he didn't see Lincoln Wong coming. And the superstar wraps him up, holding the ball. And they can quickly rebound here, the Devils. He finds O'Keefe in the centre circle. They've got a couple of loose plays inside forward 50. He's got one in the left forward pocket, goes to the right forward pocket. Hewitt direction as well as Barlow. Garthwaite spoiled it with his head. A handball forward from Gardle. Got it to Nagel, and then Walker slapped it on the boot. And it ends up in the hands of Bailey White. Handball over the top to Heap. Heap kicks it forward towards centre forward. Should be all the Devils, but Lockie Bain does well. Brought it to ground. And then coming through there was Noy, and then eventually O'Keefe flipped it over the top looking for Lang. Watson came through, just threw it out. Umpire said play on. Might be a free kick going the way of Dines. Nothing doing once again. And now the Demons get a chance on the outside. Good strong tackle from O'Keefe, but a free kick going the way of the Demons is against Jack O'Keefe for high. And we're going to go boundary side with Jared Beadman.
Yeah, Tyson Galbraith, he looked a little sore after that Wong tackle. He's come off, is in the hands of the trainers. We'll see what goes on there.
Watson picks himself up, kicks it inside 50. The ball spraying around on ground level. Can they engineer a shot at goal? This time it's picked up by Chamberlain. High ball! It's like a really optimistic kick from the top of the arc, and it went right through, and to the shock of the members at Wantirna South.
The members in!
They've seen Montrose get their first goal.
Second goal.
The second goal, sorry, for the Quarters. Adds to Laurie's goal. So they might be back in this through just the tenacity. Montrose are 4-6-30, trailing Wantirna South 8-6-54.
Here come the Demons. They're coming, indeed, and great. That's the skill of Daniel Chamberlain. He's a little pocket rocket. He just comes in and just gets that little crumb. Any little crumb, he'll find a way and he'll get on the scoreboard, which is good to see.
We hadn't heard from you.
No, exactly. I thought Blake had gone home. I'm just a bit worried about how hard Montrose have to work for their goals, but they could get an opportunity here. Heap might get a free kick for high. Umpire said nothing doing, and Lincoln Wong, good strong tackle in the end. We'll have another ball up. So 24 points the difference, almost time on in the third quarter. They have been better this quarter as we go to Ryan Long in the score centre.
Yeah, a couple of Premier Division updates. Norwood 6-7-43, hold a slender lead over Park Orchard 6-4-40, and then Roval 5-10-40, lead South Croydon 4-2-26.
Relegation battle out there at Mullen Ray.
Yes.
Ball is pinballing around in the centre. But yeah, Montrose are working a lot harder for their shots at goal than what he said.
They are.
Like I said before half-time, it's definitely going to be the scoring end, so it could actually favour Wantirna South in the last quarter.
Del Papa hooked it around the body, high up and under. Fegamali sits under it. Did well to get a hand to it. Jordan flicked it over the top. Descent just bounces off Lincoln Wong and clears the ball forward. Heaps in a lot of space. Mark 60 out. Back pedals off the mark quickly. He's got a man short and Chamberlain. Went over the top in the white direction. Got a one-on-one with Noy. Noy did well. Chamberlain picks it up. Got his handball out. Just outside to Laurie. He already kicked two. Handball over the top to Schwab. Schwab's got wrapped up. Umpire says, my ball.
Second tackle looked a bit rough.
Yeah, it was the second guy coming over the top, wasn't it? So Laurie's dangerous in these situations there. So the Demons, can they conjure another one and bring it back to 18 points? Still plenty of time, obviously, in this game. Dines went up unopposed, slapped it towards the boundary line. Descent got there first. Wallace came in over the top. Umpire says, throw it in. Ben Descent has been really impressive this quarter. Just bounced off Lincoln Wong before, didn't he, Ray? Not many people do that.
He did, no, he did.
So, thrown in. Deep inside the Demons forward 50. Bailey White in the ruck against Dines. Dines won it down. Del Papa came through. Did he take on the tackler? Umpire says no. Riley Hams, good tackle. So 40 metres, mate, 40's generous. 35 metres out from the Demons' goal here. They're kicking to the members' end, the scoring end today. They need to kick. They need to be on at least level pegging, you would think, going into the last quarter. Del Papa wrapped up by Heap. As we go down to Jared Beanland.
I mentioned Tyson Galbraith coming off limping a little while ago. He seems to be all fine and is ready to play again.
White goes up in the ruck against Inez. It's ground level ball when Montrose trying to get it through Watson. Was he taken too high? He does dip his shoulder beautifully when he's being tackled. And he goes to ground with an over-the-shoulder decision going his way. He centres the ball to the leading option. Chamberlain pushed in. Mountby didn't see him get him pushed in the marking contest. Quick kick out is going to be chopped off. And Bo Ringer loads up again. Well, that's going to kill some hands. And it was taken by Figamalale, who was in the way. And what a firm grip he had on the ball. Big fly in late. Outnumbered was Fandrick. So the numbers win out for Montrose. Walker's been good, but he can't get away from his opponent. Just as he tried to pick up the ball, he lost the handle and will go some scores around the grounds of the EFNL.
Just finally an update from Lilydale. At half-time, Lilydale 6-3-39, trail Mitcham 6-6-42, so back in it.
Dines wins attack, has to go off the ground. That's almost deliberate in the top-level competition, but they don't pay against. He made some
just cleared it down the line. We'll take the throw in.
So, Blake, you've got some special comments?
Just a quick one. How good was that by Bowringer? That desperation, he just has that desperation all the time in him.
Well, Fanrick, I thought, did really well. He was 1 on 4 there. The only devil when he tried to take that hanger, he did well not to allow the Demons a counter-attack. Taj Heap on hands and knees, got the handball out to Hams, breaks away and just gets his kick away in time. Attacking it is Del Papa. Descent picks it up, steps around a couple, smothered by Bain. Caney, handball back, slapped on the boot there by Crom. Sitting underneath this is Fegamali, got shoved under it by Walker. Umpire says play on. And then Hams is wrapped up. Dead centre wing, 24 points the difference. Swanee South, deserved leaders here as we tick into time on in the third quarter. Getting a little bit dark as we go to Ryan Long in the score centre.
28 minutes gone in the third quarter out at Croydon. Croydon 6-3-39, trailed North Ringwood 7-3-45. It's a big quarter there from the Blues.
Lang was first to it but pressured by Heap. Gathering it there's Laurie, got his handball back and then meant to play. Put it inside forward 50. Schwab's underneath it, so's White. Brought it to ground. Who can get there first? Bain, handball off to Caney. Caney flicks it over top to Del Papa. Del Papa kicks down the line. It should be all the Demons. Gardle couldn't win the contest, and then Fegamali's out the back, wants his left boot, finds it, snaps around the body, and then good in. Oh no, dropped the mark was Tennant. Handball from Beams over the top. Well done by Potter, could have got a free kick for holding the man. Ball still pinballing around in there, and now we're going to have a ball up. So once again, the Demons had the pressure, Ray, and just let it stick out the back.
Exactly right.
So a big opportunity for Wantirna South. They attack as we approach 22 minutes out, and the ruck contest goes against the bigger man in Beams, gives away the free kick. So Montrose clear it out, marked on the run by Rickard. Rickard looks inboard, big trouble. Heap was under a heap of pressure, and it's a turnover for Marley. It goes out wide flank, pushed as he took the mark was Fandrick, so he won't get an advancement, but it slows him down as he has to pick himself up and look at options.
Caney spoiled it on purpose, hit Fegamali there. He didn't just punch it, he just saw Fegamali was there.
Handridge from 60 loads up a long ball to the goal square. Flyers come in, back of the plaque. Might suit Wantirna South. Knock to O'Keefe. O'Keefe just bundled it. He thought about the goals before he picked it up. So it's Montrose who'll get it out, but only clear it as much as Wallace. Wallace, a flying shot from 40. He's going to miss everything, and it's out of bounds on the full. So no score addition. It's still 4-6-30. Montrose trailing Wantirna South 8-6-54. 23 minutes gone. Third term Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I think we've all been Jack O'Keefe there. You're 20 metres out, the ball's coming your way. You're thinking about who you're going to give it to when you put it through the big sticks.
Give it to yourself.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
Well, just no, as in which person in the crowd are you going to celebrate to? Looks like there's a free kick down the field, or is it a 50-metre penalty?
50 metre.
25 metre or march. So Nagel's got it, and he went too far. He thought it was a 50, Ray. He kept marching. Again, don't ask, don't get. Goes short. Finds a man. Here's a bit of run. Tennant. Scrappy handball back to meant to play, but it works out okay. They get it to the wing. The kick was in the direction of Watson, but it falls out the back to Lang, who slaps it down the line. Dines, he gets a long ball, and it's all the Devils. If Garthwaite can't win this big contest, big win, because it was all the Devils, and then he immediately switches the play out wide towards Hams. He's got time and space. If he can keep the ball in, he does. Faked the handball to Walker and went over the top to Laurie, who marks and goes. Runs down centre wing. Low drilling ball towards Descent. Caney tried to put a boot in. In the end, he gets a handball and then kicks it down the line, and Wong will run onto it. Takes a good sliding mark. And now the Devils can go. He played on. Went down the line. Beams is the target. Got the sit. Gardle does well. Slaps it toward the boundary line. And we'll have a throw in just forward to centre wing for the Devils. They lead by 24 points. 24 minutes gone. Third quarter. Ryan Long in the score centre.
Three-quarter time out at Vermont. Vermont 7-9-51 lead Baldwin 3-7-25 in Robbie Ross's 200th.
Well, is there hope, Blake Tennant, for Montrose young legs versus the high impact play of Wantirna South? Both teams look dead on the feet as they approach three-quarter time because the tackles are flying in. Can Montrose establish a run-on game to get back in this game?
I think the game was really won at the second quarter because...
Well, let's not talk in those terms yet.
Yeah, but I feel like the second quarter really broke the game open, and I just can't really see Montrose getting back into this game. I know it's 24 points, but...
We've got the wrong BT. The other BT would be pumping up this big time. We've got Blake Tennant, who's missed the negative.
Very pessimistic, isn't
he?
It's a long life ahead of you, Blake, if you're pessimistic at 24
Go have a hard
points
look at yourself and come back and talk up Montrose again.
I'll answer your question, Gav. I'm looking at both sides, and Montrose have got a lot of sore bodies out there. You know, there's probably 3 or 4 of them. You just look at their body language, and I think they'll get run over in the last quarter.
Wanty South or Montrose?
No, Wanty South will run over Montrose in the
run
last
away
quarter.
from them. Run away from them.
To Wantirna South.
Yeah,
you look at some of the bodies. They're very.
Well, they're younger, aren't they?
Wanty South hit them with everything this quarter.
Free kick going to O'Keefe, just off the ball free kick. And he'll go he'll pop it in our direction, Gavin, right in front of us here on centre wing. Garthwaite does well. He's won the last 2 contests, Garthwaite, but his ball use is probably the only question mark at the moment. He's a superstar player.
5 intercept marks to 2 this quarter in favour of Montrose.
Oh, I commented on his ball use. He just swung a 50-metre ball to the other side. Gathering it there was Bo Ringer, and he got mowed down by Fandrick, my man. He's got a lot of toe. Mowed him down. The kick was a good one from Garthwaite. He saw the man out there. Like he was just swinging a cross-field ball. And Bo Ringer was thinking about his first goal for Montrose and got mowed down by Ricky Fandrick, as our hearing all collectively goes.
I think that was Blake just shot him.
Yeah. Ball to the far side of Walker Reserve. Montrose just slapping it forward. Watson puts his head over it. Should get a free kick. Don't know how he didn't there. Into the corridor we go. Beam slaps it forward. Sarin just bounced off the tackler. Got his handball back to Bain. Under pressure from Heap. And we'll have a ball up 60 metres out from the Montrose goal. Not long to go in this third quarter. They need to kick one more, Gav, before three-quarter time.
I definitely think the next goal is crucial for Montrose if they want to go into the next quarter with confidence.
Lord, does some body work. Good work by the young man just to keep Beams off the centre of the tap contest.
Yeah, just to recapitalising what I just said then, Montrose are a good come-from-behind team. They've done it before in a couple games, but as the siren sounds...
Well, they'll need to come from behind. Three-quarter time, the scoreboard reads, the home side in Division 1, 8-6-54, Wantirna South leading Montrose 4-6-30. We'll go through the goals, Matty.
Yeah, we will. We will go through the goal kickers. So for Wantirna South, it's 2 to Liam Hewitt and then singles to Jack O'Keefe, Kai Barlow, Marcus Jordan, James Caricus, Nick Beams and Ricky Fandrick. And then for Montrose, it's 2 goals to Darcy Laurie and singles to Daniel Chamberlain and Bailey White. We'll go to Ray Baird before we go to a break.
Well, Montrose actually won the quarter. They kicked 2 goals 3 to Wantirna South 2 goals 1. So and Wantirna South got those 2 goals very early in the quarter. So yeah, they did come back in that quarter, but it's a long road to go.
A 4-goal margin they've got overturned. So if Wanty South kick 1 or 2 goals next quarter, it's going to be very hard to do given they've only had 10 shots at goal today. We're going to go to a break here on the other side of it. The last quarter from Walker Reserve, where the Devils lead the Demons by 24 points.
Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation. She was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. It's the Eastland match of the round between Montrose and Wantirna South. It is also the love the game, not the odds game. We're, of course, down here at Walker Reserve. Interesting quarter in the third quarter. Montrose trying to come back, but I think it's all been the Devils at this stage. It's the score is Wantirna South 8-6-54 to Montrose 4-6-30. Interesting. It has been an interesting game, that third quarter, but I feel like the damage has just already been done by Wantirna South in the second quarter. Do you have to agree with that, boys, listening on?
Yeah, they split the game right open in that second quarter, Wantirna South, and then in the first 2 minutes of the third quarter, they're gone bang bang and 2 more goals. But after that, it was Montrose. They outscored them for the quarter only by 1 point, but they were throwing themselves in. But the only thing I've got against it now is there was a lot of real hard tackles there by Wantirna South on the Montrose boys, and there's a few sore bodies there in that Montrose side, and particularly. Look, the first 5 minutes is going to be very crucial. If Wantirna South get a goal, it's basically nearly game over.
I think it is too.
But if Montrose can kick the first score, Gav, I think they're in it.
Talking of scores, let's get some more around the competition.
Yeah, some updated scores in Premier Division. Blackburn 54 to Berwick 42 in a close one there. Doncaster 21 to East Ringwood 54. Norwood have jumped out to a 22-point lead over Park Orchards. Rowville 8-12-60 lead South Croydon 4-2-26. Division 1, haven't had too much of an update there. Millbark 3-6-24 to Beaconsfield 2-10-22. I don't know if that's updated or if that's just a low-scoring game. Out in Division 2, Ringwood 7-9-51 lead the Basin 5-3-33. Waverley Blues 14-9-93 lead Upper Fenchurch Gully 6-5-41. As we go boundary side to Josh Ward.
Really impressed. He was happy with that, particularly with Lincoln Wong and some of the tackles he held, and he wants them to continue to out-hunt them in this final quarter on the outside. He's been really impressed with the effort once more.
I wouldn't have crossed you straight away if I knew you didn't have the coach there, but thanks, Josh. Also in Division 4, there, Churnside Park 14-12-96 lead Croydon North Emlock 4-4-28. So the Super Boost roughie of the week won't get up there.
What was that score, sorry? Kangaroo Rams?
96-28.
And still in it, Gav.
Well, they've got the win in the last quarter, so we'll see how they go.
15-goal win, Lee.
Surrey Park,
Ryan,
87-23.
Why isn't the best umpire in the competition umpiring?
Dean O'Neill's popped his head in.
Why is he not umpiring?
Boundary.
We got to boundary side.
Just one final thing as well. The lights are finally on out here at Walker Reserve.
Are you getting much extra out of the lights, Josh? I don't know.
Yeah, they're not the greatest, although the sun is popping out a little
Ray's
bit.
got better ones at home, you reckon? Back in the middle of the ground here.
They replace them for older gents.
Oh, government assistance. So we're back in the middle of Walker Reserve. It needs to be a perfect quarter by Montrose. And we're just going to have another go at the centre bounce. Has to be perfect, doesn't it, Blake? Because they've kicked 4 goals in the first 3 quarters and they need to kick 4.1 unanswered.
Indeed. And, I feel like the scoring end is definitely going to go to the members' wing, but I just want to touch on, I think there's one broken line over there, so I don't know how that's going to play out.
Broken line?
Yeah, light.
Oh, light. Oh, I don't think the lights are doing that much, to be honest. Dennis got an inside forward 50 for the Devils. The Demons are trying to rebound. There'll be a free kick going the way of Jaden Bowringer.
Well, Blake's not too interested in this game. If he's looking skyward and can see the light out there. So
he was watching the Richmond game before as well. Jared Smith marks it. Attacking side of the wing for the Wantirna South. Low drilling ball is a good one. And it finds a target there, and it looks to be James Crikers, who kicked a goal on the snap from this exact spot in the second quarter when Wantirna South piled on 5-0. And if he kicks this, Ray, I reckon we can wrap this one up in a little bow.
Yeah, put it away if he gets this one. Yeah. Although Brett Moyle said pre-game that they've had leads at 3/4 time and given them away.
But we'll stay to the end, right?
Oh, well, some of us can. So Crikers will kick from just on the arc. Set sail. I don't think it'll have the legs. It's across the face. Big fly, big mark. Nick Beams.
Members happy.
Had a clear run at it. Had momentum at the footy. Garthwaite just had to sit there. He couldn't do anything about it. Beams takes the mark. He's about 10 metres out on a slight angle. Well, it's actually a pretty acute angle now. The umpire puts him on the right spot. He's right next to the dual decker couch here, which is just to the members, to the side of the members. It's like Bay 13, Gav.
Yeah.
It's not quite in the members.
Yeah. The high beams are on.
Yeah. So Beams comes in. I just got that. And kicks his second. And he's absolutely pumped. Look at him go. A bit of Steve Pym back to the centre circles about that, Ray. Wanty South 9.660. Montrose 4.630. And we're going to go boundary side.
Well, it feels a bit academic after that last goal there, but I was with Gary Az in the Montrose huddle, and he was pumping up their fitness, pumping up Montrose's fitness, and making sure that they can afford it. Oh, hello,
you're back.
hello. Make sure they're going to try and surge the ball forward and just attack. You know, take the risks. He was really after his players taking as many risks as they possibly can.
Just a little score update from Donvale Reserve. It's Whitehorse 6.844, leading Donvale 6.743, three-quarter time.
Ball back in the middle of Walker Reserve. This time Dines taps it backwards to go forward. Then Wong again, the man to get the first tap. He gets the centre forward. Tennant did well to chop it off, but he's left it behind. O'Keefe bursting forward, kicks it long to the goal square. Nicely picked off by Garthwaite. Garthwaite hands it off to a lot of pressure on Potter. Now, can they get out of the trouble? Mendaplay is tackled as he tries to mark it. And, well, that's considered a good spoil. And it'll be out of bounds, still in the forward 50 area for Wantirna South. So even when they get the numbers back, Montrose, it's just hitting the next target in open play. Hasn't been their day for that. Lord in back position, allows Beams to win the tap down. The Packer players sit on the ball, and it'll be another ball up, 50 out from Wantirna South's goal. And you can hear the members getting louder, or just the reserves, having a good long afternoon. So it's ball up again. Beams, he sort of wins the tap, rolls off his arm and goes out of bounds as Tennant slides over with the ball. 60 plays 30. 4 minutes gone, final term. So this is a interesting result. Wantirna South, they've always had the lead late in the fourth quarter. They look to hold on again this time, but it's Montrose bursting through the middle. Again, it's Hams running through the middle. Nice little spot-up pass, and it's taken by Schwab out of side. Good body position, read the flight of the ball, and he's pointing to the goal square. His history today has not suggested that this is going to go close.
Well, it suggests that he likes taking a shot. That's what it suggests.
But he's taken it on himself. That's good because there's no passes on. It's a crowded 50. Responsibility, 45-degree angle, 45 metres. He puts it to the teeth of the goals, and it swings left with all the power he put in the ball, and it's another minor score for Montrose, 4-7-31, trailing Wantirna South 9-6-60. More scores around the EFNL.
Three-quarter time out at HE Parker Reserve. Heathmont 5-11-41 lead East Burwood 2-6-18. So the Rams will probably be 1-4 after this afternoon.
So the kick out from Caney was perfect. Hit the chest of Luke Grimer. And if they can just take 5 minutes off the clock here, Ray, and just sap any sort of energy Montrose have, it'll be enough. You would have thought the Devils. So they go long down the line. Beams flies again, slipped through the hands. Tennant got his handball away just in time to Nagel. Put it down towards centre half forward. Coming through, a little slap was clever from Galbraith. Got off to Schwab. White slipped at the worst possible time and allowed the defenders from the Devils to come in and wrap him up because they were probably going to walk into an open goal there, the Demons. But that's been the story of the day.
Especially for White, really.
Well, yeah.
He's
and even
fallen over a couple of times
even
at crucial
Schwab,
stages.
Even Schwab as well. Finally handed one off, Gav, and then probably should have had the shot in the end, the way it panned out. Wong's kick was smothered, and we'll have a repeat stoppage.
11 minutes into the last quarter, North Ringwood lead Croydon 57-46.
So still a tightish game out there. As Beams hit, dangerous spot, gathered there by Watson. His kick was just off the side of the boot and went straight into the shins there of Charles Young, who rushes it through for a behind. And it's Montrose 4-8-32, back to 28 points. Wanty South 9-6-60. We've gone 6 and a bit minutes and not much energy from Brooke Caney to get this ball back into the play, Gav.
I reckon Watson got gun shy because all he saw was green wall in front of him, and he just
tried to go between them.
Yeah, he tried to do a bit of Tetris and find his way through. but it will be Wantirna South. Long kick out. The big men fly. It's all Wantirna South big men, but it's ground level ball won by Gardle. They're hand passing forward. It falls to Nagel. Now his quick kick. Heap gets it. It knocks it on. Now it finishes with Rickard from 40. Big opportunity. Misses the snap to the left. And they're trying the hardest to get back in the game with one last impetus drive, but they can't get it going. Montrose 4-9-33, Wantirna South 9-6-60.
They've had 3 genuine looks this quarter and probably should have kicked. Well, Schwab's one was a 50-50 shot, but the last two definitely should have kicked those. So they've had their chances. That's what I mean when he said just need to take these next 5 minutes, slow the play down, kill Montrose's momentum. Because if Montrose do get one, we know that the fair weather friends will get up and about as we go to Ryan Long in the score centre.
Sylvan still lead 5-13-43 to Coldstream 2-6-18. Fentress Gully 7-7-49 lead Oakley District 5-5-35. And Warrandyte 6-6-42 lead Fair Park, but just by the 6 points, 5-6-36.
We tipped that Sylvan one, didn't we, Ray? Hams inside forward 50, looking for Galbraith. Flies, brought it to ground, follows up, mops up his own work. Can he get a handball away? Was slung as he kicked. Ball just pinballing around down there, and then it's another rush behind. Was that outside the 9? I thought it might have been, but
it was outside the 19.
Yeah, it was under significant pressure, though, so another rush behind. Montrose 4-10-34 now. So they're cutting the margin back 1,000 cuts here, Gav. If they can just kick 26 more consecutive behinds, we'll have a drawn game as Nagel closed late on Smith, who takes the market right half back to the Devils.
If I kick 27 more behinds, I'll win.
Exactly, Paul.
There's time if they're good enough.
Exactly. What is it, Lee Matthews' theory of behind a minute?
Well, in this game, yes. As it's now kicked long out of defence by Wantirna South. Lord puts himself in good position, spills the mark. Ground level, he's got some support. Being scragged off the ball was the Demon, and the Devils get some territory.
That should be deliberate, to be honest.
Well, we're not in that grade of football.
Well, and Brash and Ray both. It is a rule deliberate.
I spoke to Scotty last week at Beaconfield about it, the umpires, and he said, yes, it is a rule, but they have to be 100% sure that they've done it deliberately.
But we're still going back to this Roval one.
So it is a roval.
So Lord gets a good position. He started to get himself pick up some smarts, I reckon, even just in the second half of ruck play, and Watson couldn't take on the tackle.
If Wanty South can snag a goal here, that'll just break the back, because Montrose had a lot of the play in the last 5 minutes.
Dines wins the tap, does his own roving. It spills out towards Wong. Wong's besieged by tacklers, and Watson will hold him down with the help of Gardle. So it's...
I've got a three-quarter time score at the LSO. Willowdale 10-4-64. Trail Mitcham 9-12-66.
Oh, we've got a cliffhanger there. We'll get reports coming in from the family of Matt Fodia.
No, that was just social media.
Oh, social media.
I think the old boy's given up now. They're down the nether regions.
Well, that's disappointing.
It is, isn't it?
It's back into where we're at. It's Wantirna South 60 leading Montrose 34. Lord takes a run up, gets a tap. Wong there again to win the tap. It doesn't matter who taps it. He's on the end of it. Tackled to ground. He, instead of picking it up, kicks it off the ground. It went 40 in the fly, and it doesn't suit Garthwaite, and it'll be, or Chamberlain, and it'll be out of the bounds. Almost deliberate. It's what a kick there by Heap. Better than putting it on a drop punt.
This quarter, Montrose lead the inside 50s 5-2, so they're not out of it.
They just got to.
They just need a goal.
Translate that into goals, don't they? So thrown in eventually. Dines in the front spot, got the hit out down. Caney's over it, slaps it towards the boundary line, and it goes an extra 5 metres before it's eventually taken out. I reckon they've had more inside 50s in the second half. But they've only kicked. It's 2 goals to 3. Then they've had more scoring shots, as you said, Ray. They've just been inaccurate. They've kicked. What have they kicked? 2 goals 7 in the second half to 3 goals 1. So, and those 3 goals have come in the opening 2 minutes of each quarter.
You know what I'd like to see, just as a neutral, a goal by Montrose to get even the pessimistic types
up and about.
Well, exactly.
And look at him. He's already started writing his review for next week. Back to Paul in the Stats Centre.
Montrose lead the inside 50 count in this second half 16-9, and overall Montrose lead the... I'll get back to that.
Thanks, Paul. Wong got the clearance down the line. It's all Montrose down there. Garthwaite got the spoil, and then it's gathered by Lord. Tanner, who gave it up to Descent, who slaps it on the left boot inside forward 50. Big fly from Bailey White, and a big mark. Had his name written all over it. He's only had 1 set shot at goal today. Just kicked it out to the right of the other end. Let's see if he can go back and kick a bring the game back in, just a little bit of life into it,
Some
Gav.
excitement.
Cut the margin back to 20 points.
36-31 total inside
Montrose
50s in favour of Montrose.
Well, there you go. So they've won the inside 50 count, and they're still down by 26 points, but it could be cut back to 20 after a big, strong mark from Bailey White. He'll kick from about 30 metres out in a slight angle. Comes in. Kick on the way is a good one. So the Demons, not much from their players there, Blakey. We'd like to see a bit more optimism from them, but it's 5-10-40 Montrose. Wantirna South 9-6-60, same number of scoring shots.
Yeah, but just a quick one as well. Just, celebrate the little things as well. I think Gary also mentioned that as well. And, Bailey White's first game, he could draw confidence, and you never know. Footy's a very funny game, and Wantirna South has seen that in the last couple of weeks when they've beaten games and they've only narrowly lost. But again, they can just keep on coming. The old saying, just keep swimming. I think it's just keep kicking goals. Keep kicking goals.
Well, finally, White's good hands is matched by good foot, and as he gets it through the middle for his second of the day, he's had about 3 or 4 misses, including out on the fulls. It's now back in the middle, 60 plays at 40. Is there momentum in this game for Montrose? It's only 12 and a half minutes gone, fourth term. If they can get another one on the board, you never know what nerves does for the home side. But they've had the aggression at the ball, the ruck contest, dominance through Dines again. Wong at the back of the pack is always picking it up, but he spills it, and he spills it back inside 50 for Montrose. Flying in with a tackler's heap, and he holds up his opponent at Lang. So they've made territorial gain out of that stoppage, not through their own hands, Montrose, but they're inside 50. They've done all the attacking lately. Lord just stands up in the ruck contest well. Dines goes to the ground. The ball's under hands and feet. It won't bobble out yet. It might bobble the way of Nagel. Nagel, quick kick is marked! And Montrose will have another shot at goal. And if this closes it to 14, there's plenty of time for a comeback.
He's getting excited.
25, boys.
It's a certain goal for Chamberlain coming up. We'll get more scores around the grounds, but it will be Montrose closing the gap to 14 when Chamberlain pops through his second for the day. And are they back? Maybe they are. It's Montrose 6-10-46. Wantirna South are stopping on 9-6-60. Is there a comeback?
But look at this.
He's excited again.
Look at this. 3/4 time break. Oh, this is bad. Why do we even have to play this last quarter?
Matty, there's a light bulb out on the tower.
And he had the Richmond game on. All he cared about was them beating the Waffle too. And then all of a sudden, Montrose kick a couple and he's back.
It was someone killed Blakey, and now he's back like the South Park Kenny.
As he said, Gaff, I reckon I did go out the van and come back, and now they're starting to win. But here come the Demons, boys. Set yourself in.
Oh, Brett Moyle, though, will be nervous, won't he, Ray? Because he spoke about the fact that every game they've been in a similar position at 3/4 time, and they've let a couple slip. So I don't know if our man riders can see if Brett looks a bit nervous down there. So, back in the middle of the ground. There's a whistle.
It's a free kick, isn't it?
To Montrose.
Yeah, no, free kick, Wanty South, 6-6-6.
They point the other way, do they?
So, yeah, they point, I assume, the direction it was. I'm not sure. Dines drives it inside forward 50. Here's the big fly from Hewitt. Going back there, Tennant dropped the mark, goes back and collects his footy. And it'll be a ball up. Garthwaite helping him out there. Was that a little snicker there, Blake?
Not sure.
Score centre, Ryan Long.
Rover look home, 40 points up against South Croydon. Doncaster East lead Noble Park by 3 goals. And then Vermont 26 points up with 20 minutes gone in the last quarter.
That's a big one, because I thought Baldwin would win that easily. Fandrick.
Yeah, we heard you say that.
Fandrick or Vermont beating ball.
Baldwin winning easy.
I thought they would.
It's on the tape.
Roval, they're back, right?
Yep.
They're back.
Yep.
Time you run. Plenty of time left in the year. 14 points here. Plenty of time left in this game.
And also North Ringwood 20 minutes gone, lead by 4 points against Croydon.
Oh, it's a nail biter. Out there. Is that at Croydon or at North Ringwood?
That is at Croydon. I said Quamby earlier, but he is at Croydon.
We're going down boundary side, Josh Ward.
He is looking a little stressed, is Brett Moyle. So there, Matt.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be pacing up and down on the boundary line there. So
maybe can we get an interview?
So he actually isn't doing that. He's just a bit stressed.
So tap down from Watts into the path of Sarin. Took on the tackler that has to be holding the ball. Yeah. He wanted his right boot, had Pat Wallace there, ignored Wallace, tried to get away from Gardle, and Gardle wrapped him up and immediately brings it to the outer side. Schilt is there, takes a strong mark in his second game. They've got to go quickly though. Handball over the top, set Laurie a task. Laurie does well. Handball over the top of his head to Hams. Hams gave it off to Walker. Walker doesn't have the footy. Umpire says holding the man.
Did it well.
Very clever from Walker. Knew he was absolutely gone if he took possession. Got to go quickly, though. Don't worry about the man on the mark. Get it in the white direction. Pumps it inside forward 50. Can the big fella fly? Dines is down there. Dropped it. Out the back. Can Lang gather? O'Keefe missed the soccer off the ground. Going back, handball to Heap. Heap got a Caney tackle. Gave it off to Chamberlain. Gave it off to Watson. Little snap around the body. Is kept in by Bain. And then he kicks it down the line. One-on-one, Watts. And a good mark taken by Gardle. He'll want to go quickly. Got the momentum, the Demons. Hooks it inside forward 50. All Devils down there. Dines went the fist. Could have marked it. It'll bounce up for Laurie. He's already kicked 2 today. Puts a little torpedo to the top of the goal square. Can someone take a mark? No, they can't. Wong takes it. Tackled. Schwab's there. He loves a shot at goal. And he'll wrap the ball up. And we'll have a ball up just to the left of the goal square here for the Demons.
Pressure at the moment.
Montrose need to calm down a bit. They don't have to rush everything.
Yeah, I was about to say they're panicking a little bit. Jared on the boundary.
Yeah, that's Daniel Chamberlain, who's copped a hit in that last contest. He's looking really sore. The trainers are out to him right now.
It looks like a cramp, I reckon.
A cramp?
It looks like it. Look.
8 degrees outside.
It looks like he's winded.
Yeah, cramp.
Jared.
I'm not even. That's not even a joke.
Oh no, he's walking off.
Well, they got to ball it up. It's going to take him forever to get off the ground here. Here's 17.5 minutes gone. Last quarter, deep inside Montrose forward 50. They've kicked the last 2. Tap from Dines, found its way to Lang. Blindly kicks it out of defence. Lords the loose man. It goes all the way over the back though to Gardle. He's got men in the middle. Goes towards about 30 out. I don't know exactly who he's looking for there. I think it was Descent. No, it was Rickard. And again, the Devils clear to centre wing. Bowringer should get there first and does. Gathers cleanly, swings onto his right boot, goes down the line and kicks it. No, downfield. He was pushed as he kicked. And the free kick's going to go, is it Schwab? He might have a shot from here. He loves a shot at goal, Gav.
Yeah.
Look at him, pretend to look for options.
Well, if he aims for the right point post, I reckon he'll hook it in for a goal.
Yep, he's put the mouth guard in the sock. Needs no excuse.
This is a replay from earlier.
Yeah, that's why he's got to aim for the right point
now,
post.
He's got Nick Tennett's voice in his ear, doesn't he? Processes. Runs out a little bit to get a bit of momentum. Puts it to the top of the square. White's the man. Dines is there. Slaps it through for a behind.
Yeah. They're looking
6:11:47. 9:660. Wantirna South. We've gone 18.5 minutes in this last quarter.
I think it's about 10 minutes to go, I reckon. 10 minutes.
So Wantirna South, even their big ruckmen aren't taking marks. They're spoiling. They're quick kick outs to defence.
I've got Schwab at 4 behinds. Now, he might not have kicked 4 behinds, but he's definitely had 4 shots that he hasn't kicked goals.
Yeah.
Montrose is setting up a great wall, and being part of it was Gardle. This time it's Tennant picking it up off the pack. He's quick flying in, and the quick kicks are not working for the Demons. They might have to hit up the shorter pass because Wantirna South are sensing that their back's against the walls. They've got the last line working nicely. Vegel Marley, what a champion he's been today, flying in, and he takes a nice mark over Tennant. So he kicked long down the line. This is now an opportunity to Wantirna South just to hold it in their own territory. Hewitt came in late, but he comes in as second man of the contest, and it's out of bounds 50 metres around from the Devils' goals. They'll want territory as much as a score because they've been under the pump. Montrose, you just got to think there's 13 minutes to go previously. They didn't need to rush every possession, and that's what's held them off from closing the gap, which is 13 now. Lord taps it out the back. Begel Marley, he's got poise personified. He kicks it to the top of the square, but it's Montrose with the defenders. Gardle spoons a hand pass out to Nagel on the bounce. He'll pick it up. Eventually he will. He runs, and he just wouldn't bounce to him, and he allows his opponent and Jordan to catch up with him, and it's a disappointing effort for the Demons.
The handball should have hit him, though. He's a pretty easy handball to hit.
They've got runners now, have Montrose, and we talked about this with Blake Tennant, but he wouldn't have a bar of it.
No,
but now he's up and about.
He's got his Montrose jumper on.
So it's Lord taken out of the ruck, try to kick it to the advantage of, and here's the runners. Oh, Walker leaves it behind, and now it pressure's on Montrose to defend. They've got the numbers in defence. Gardle, he goes the paddle instead of the pick-up. The kick off the ground might work to Nagel. Goes to ground trying to mark it. Spills himself into the next contest. Throws it out, but the umpire says that's all right as Gardle gets it forward. The momentum's with, but Jordan does well. Gets it to Wong. Spills it out to Wallace. He drops it. The pressure is feeling it on now. Wong spoons it out to his teammate, and the rush kick by Bain is out on the full, so they can feel the pressure. If it isn't by touch, it's by sense.
That was a cool head by Lincoln Wong.
Well, he was the only one who took clean possession in that period of play.
He did, and he used every possession
so
he had.
The kick in from the Demons finds its way to Watson, left half back. They've cut the margin back to 13 points, but we're in time on. Down the line, looking for Lord. White runs at the footy as well. Grimer got the fist on it, and then trying to soccer it forward is Witchell. He does. Bain should get there first. Handball forward, looking for Wong, but the boundary line will win out. We have a ball in centre wing here at Walker Reserve. 21.5 minutes gone. Wantirna South 9-6-60. Montrose 6-11-47. And we go to Ryan Long in the score centre.
Vermont home against Bourne, and if Doncaster East can hold on against Noble Park, there will be no undefeated sides in Premier Division.
There we go. So kick into the corridor from Del Papa was a good one. Fanrick heard the voice. Good communication from the Devils because he was about to take off and he would have been wrapped up.
Take your time.
Centre circles of Walker Reserve. Pokes it in the Hewitt direction. Well done by Bowringer. Managed to spoil him because Garthwaite had been left in his wake. And we'll have a ball up 30 metres out from the Wantirna South goal. It would have been stiff to get the mark paid there. It was definitely a contested one. So we go
And
to Ryan.
North Ringwood hold on by 3 points, 9-4-58, defeat Croydon 8-7-55.
So if Lurdale beat Mitcham, Croydon and Lurdale will be tied at the bottom of the ladder. There's that handball. Can Montrose get it clear? Tennant wants his right boot. Got the handball to Lord. The ruckman swings it around the body. Well done by Rickard. Attacked it, but Wallace got the crumb. Left foot ball around the corner is marked by Gardle. They've got to go quickly, though, the Demons, and up the corridor. The kick is in the Rickard direction, but in the end, the mark was taken by Hams. He spun around and played on immediately. Kick towards Galbraith. Good have got a push in the back. Umpire said play on. Noy goes back. He's wrapped up by Galbraith. That might be holding the ball. It is.
Has to be.
Galbraith's got it 55 from home. Devils have got numbers back, so he's got to wait for his plays to get in there. Now that they're down there, there's a big hole about 30 out, though. If you can just pop it in that direction. Instead, he goes right to the hot spot. Dines is there, free kick, hold, going the way of the Demons.
And Heap was not even going to get near it.
No, Heap's about 4'8". So he gets a free kick. The pressure is telling at the moment. You're right, Gav. The Devils are feeling it, and Heap can go back. He'll hurry up a little bit because time is of the essence. 23 minutes gone. Heap puts it through, back to 7 points. And this game last year went right down to the wire as well. So Montrose 7-11-53, Wanty South 9-6-60, 23.5 minutes gone last quarter.
Jeez. You could just tell then, like, I was just seeing that passage of play. How good was that kick by Riley Hams? Just down the line, straight down. And unfortunately, I don't know, I actually didn't see the free kick as well. I didn't see a holding, but jeez, here they come. Here come the Demons.
Got it. Heights Reserve, Beaconsfield been inaccurate, but they lead 4-13, 37 to Mooroolbark, 4-7, 31.
And Donvale have hit the front. They're up by 7 points late in the last quarter.
So let's get a recap of where the game has been. The lead was nearly 5 goals. Well, it was 60-30. Now it's 60-53. Montrose closing fast. Descent wins it out. Walker goes the tap from the smothered ball. Wantirna South under a heap of pressure. High and up and under goes the wing. Nagel wins the race. Taps it to himself. Hands it off to his teammate. Bowringer, who's got some help with Gardle, but Wong, he's always in good position, chops it off, late inside 50, ground level ball, trying to pick it off with Barlow. He's taken down as he runs onto the ball, and this will be the steadying free kick that Wantirna South was so desperate for.
Taj Heap took no time at all to kick for goal before Ray. I think Kai Barlow will take as long as physically possible.
And it was just the Wong intercept mark there. He just read the flight of the ball, and then he put it to the advantage of his teammate inside 50. Barlow was bursting towards goal, and he decided not to take possession smartly because he got taken down in a tackle, holding the man. So he's taken his time. We tick past 25 minutes last quarter. Will the members be rapturous in one moment? They're ready to cheer. 60 plays 53. They led by 30 in the third quarter. It's only 7 points now. It's in the hands of Barlow, and the Devils celebrate! The beeps of the horn was going early, but it was never missing, and it's a steadying goal that might just mean Wantirna survive the onslaught. 66 plays 53. Barlow kicks his second.
Down to Jared on the boundary.
Yeah, not much time left in the game, obviously, but for that time we won't be seeing Daniel Chamberlain. He wasn't winded. He actually copped a knock to the ribs from what I got told on the bench.
We all get him wrong, don't we, Jared?
Can't disagree.
So up in the middle of the ground, Dines, who's dominated this game, gets a fist forward. Coming off the line was Hams, who's been good as well for Montrose. Wrapped up by Fegamali. And the umpire says, give it to me. How long do you reckon is left, Jared and Josh? You guys any of the timekeepers? Have they been giving any hints?
They're up in the box there. I don't think there's much communication between us and them possible, but I would say there's probably about 2.5 minutes left.
Del Papa clears it wide. Is that deliberate? Here comes
It
the
is,
umpire.
it is.
Yeah, there it is.
The raffle ticket winner is. That's what it sounded like.
I just think he didn't mean that. He wanted to find Paddy Wallace.
But they always pay it in the last 2
well,
minutes of the game.
As Ben Warren Smith would say, the theatre rate.
It's a rule.
We're going down to Josh Ward.
I have spoken with the timekeepers. There's 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Nagel inside forward 50. Montrose need a mark or two. Big fly from Galbraith. Couldn't bring it down. Watson's there. Boundary line wins out. So they need to kick 3 goals in 2 minutes. It's pretty hard
They're
doing.
better to kick a point, intercept the kick
7-point
out.
play.
Yep, and then
play.
get a draw.
And the draw's on. Draw's on. I'm with you, Ray. There's been a couple of deliberates today, but when the margin was outside for 20 points, don't worry about it. Now, Dinez got it down. Rickard's there. And then Del Papa wraps up Walker, and we'll have a ball up. 13 points. The Devils deserve it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Been the better side all day.
Yeah.
Obviously, it would be interesting to see if Ben Johnson had played the remainder of the game. Obviously, Dinez has had two lesser ruckmen to go up against, but he has been very, very good.
That second quarter just completely shut down the game.
And it sort of came from nowhere. The first sort of 10 minutes were quite dead, and then the Devils busted open. So long down the line. Big fly from Beams. Fegamali, handle off to Del Papa. He had a man streaming forward in Fanrick, but he spilt the footy. Hams puts it inside forward 50, but getting across and taking a mark, as he does countless times for Wantirna South, is David Lang.
He's been a very good player all
day.
Yeah. 4 very good quarters.
I reckon he's in my votes.
Yeah.
So Lang, he's taken all the time he's allowed to, so he just kicks it long and high. That'll draw rain. And we are forecast for some inclement weather later, but that might bring out it. Kicked, went out in the full because it was in the wind. Now the kick going forward by Montrose. They're looking to get it through Hams. Going, he's got a short pass on. Being held in the marking contest, wide 40 was.
Lincoln Wong's down, and looks like he's crutching his groin, which I know he has had issues with in the past.
So it's Wantirna South who took the intercept mark in defence, who are taking the time. If they kick it towards Wong, it's
you got to call the game off here. Marlowe's taking the mark now. You got to stop it.
Yeah.
As much as we'd all like to go home or to the toilet per se, Lincoln Wong's in. You got to do something. You can't. You got to.
Yeah, that's groin injury, I think, rather than anything.
Yeah, I know he's had trouble with it before. So down the line we go. Dinez will get across to take a really strong mark. That might push him higher up my
umpire was right in front of it too. He should have stopped it.
So Dinez is going to take as long as he wants.
You wait till the umpire calls play on, and then you kick it.
Exactly, and that's what he does. And he's one of the better kicks, to be honest, of the day. The Wantirna South ruckman, big fly, fist down, it's in the pocket. Look at all the Devils now. Now they want a shot and goal in front of the couch, don't they? This is what you want. Pressure's off. Wong hobbling towards the boundary line. So 13 points the difference. I reckon less than a minute now. So the Devils will get their 3rd win of the season, and they'll go level with Montrose at a 3-2 record, and everyone will be 2 games behind South Belgrave. It seems Garthwaite came through, got a handball away. Hams, or meant to play, got it back. I think Gardle had a swing and a miss. Garthwaite went head first at the footy, and there's going to be a ball up directly in front. I think, was it Gardle or Bo Ringer? He just had a clean, fresh airy.
He slipped, so he did the splits and he kicked the ground.
Now, if you're the Montrose players, you don't want the ball at this stage. And there's the siren. Wantirna South 10-6-66 get a deserved victory over Montrose 7-11-53. We'll quickly go through the goal kickers. For Montrose, it was 2 to White, 2 to Chamberlain, 2 to Laurie, and 1 to Heap. And for the Devils, it was 2 to Barlow, 2 to Beams, 2 to Hewitt, and singles to Fanrick, Crikis, Jordan, and O'Keefe. Strong victory for the Devils, Ray Baird, that they deserved across 4 quarters.
Well, yeah, they did deserve it. Over the 4 quarters, they were the better side. But as you said before, if Johnson hadn't gone down early in the game for Montrose, because it could have been different, because the Nest just dominated the knockouts all over the ground and brought Lincoln Wong into the game.
Just an update around the grounds here at Donvale Reserve. Scores are level 8-10, 58 apiece. Donvale just kicked a goal here, Harrison Giles, and they win by 1 goal.
There you go. What a finish out there at Donvale Reserve. Thanks to Mark Freeman, who's out there sending us those messages. I don't know if our boundary riders have got an interview yet. Here we go, down to Josh Ward.
I do have David Lang alongside me. David, a really great 4-quarter performance from the side. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it was a good effort considering they knocked us out last year. So that was probably the first 4 quarters we played for the year. We've been in the lead at a half-time every single time, and this time we actually got the win, so it was good to win again.
Yeah, and just that, it must have really pleased you just to be able to hang on when Montrose came charging home in that final quarter.
Yeah, no, it was good. Like, we've worked on it at training, trying to close the game out, which we haven't been able to do.
Well, David, better let you go and celebrate the win. Congrats, mate.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate.
It's back to us, boys.
Yeah, well, let's get more scores around the grounds because we clearly have nothing to say.
Yeah, sorry. No, Matt Buddy has just stepped out. He's done a fantastic job today. Back in the calling seat, he's got a run here. As we just said, Donvale got over the line against Whitehorse by a goal. Some of the results in Premier Division: East Ringwood 13 goals, 24, 102 defeated Doncaster 5-5-35. Vermont, as we mentioned, defeated Baldwin. Doncaster East look like they're going to be home against Noble Park, 12-14-86 to Noble Park, 8-14-62. So that means no side will be undefeated in Premier Division. Roeville comfortable winners over South Croydon. They lead 12-13-85 to South Croydon, 6-4-40. Blackburn lead by 2 goals against Berwick. Haven't had an update there for a while. Norwood look to be home, 37 points up against Park Orchards. The Sharks will be 0-4 after this afternoon. Division 1, an interesting result out at Heights Reserve. Beaconsfield lead by a point, 4-14-38 to Mooroolbark, 5-7-37. We haven't had anything from South Belgrave since quarter time. North Ringwood defeated Croydon, as we mentioned, by the 3 points. Still waiting on Lilydale's result. Division 2, Templestowe lead by 17 points. As we go to the song in the rooms to Wantirna South, if we can hear it. Might be a bit hard to...
If it drops out, we'll speak. It looks like it's a bit of a dead... Oh, whoops. Yep.
Yeah,
they're around the back.
We'll jump back into some more scores. Waverley Blues, comfortable winners over Upper Ferntree Gully. They led by 77 points last time we checked there. Ringwood lead by 12 points over the Basin. 7-15, they've kicked to 7-3, so they've been inaccurate. Baronia comfortably over Knox. Templestowe with a 16-point lead over Mulgrave. Hadn't had an update from there for a while. Sylvan, 25-point lead over Coldstream. Ferntree Gully, that margin has been cut back to just 14 points out at Princess Highway Reserve against Oakley District. Still waiting on that Warrandyte result. They led by a goal the last time we found out. Interesting result there, especially if they lose that one. They'd be 0-5. And then Division 4, 3 comfortable winners. Surrey Park, that score's been mucking around all day. At the moment now, Forest Hill are back to 1-8 after being 5 goals before. So Surrey Park comfortable winners there. Churnside Park, 90-point win over Croydon North Emlock. And then Kilsyth have a 36-point lead over Scoresby in the last quarter, so that game's all but over.
Well, some interesting scores there. It's funny to say this, but Vermont could be the upset of the for a team.
Try get a read on their form line at the moment.
The premier club of the EFNL's last 40, 50 years, and now we're talking about them upsetting a team. It seems unbelievable in my time to be talking in those terms, but what a result to beat Baldwin today. Blake, I just want to bring you back to in the third quarter from what I was seeing and why I gave hope at one point, and it seemed like we were jesting a bit, but I'll tell you what I was thinking late in that third quarter. Wantirna South had physically pounded Montrose, but they hadn't knocked them out. Yeah. And because of that, they looked like they were tired. And for me, tired football creates mistakes, and then a team that with young legs might have open field to run on. But my mistake for Montrose was they never played short. They played too long, and they just mislaid their kicks, kicking 3 goals, 5. If they had a leader above 25 years old, and maybe Walker was the man behind the play, who just said, hey, let's go short before we go long. Yeah. Let's think about where the first pass inside 50 goes, rather than bombing and hoping White takes a specky. I think that's where they let themselves down, but they weren't the best side of the day. But they were ready. They were ripe for a big comeback there.
Yeah, indeed. And, that third quarter, as you touched on, Gav, I think Wanty South they looked like that side that they just thought it was done. Like, that's what I kind of gathered. And I feel like when who kicked that goal in the first couple of minutes from
Laurie? No, sorry, my bad.
It was the last quarter from Wantirna. I thought that was definitely going to seal the deal.
Beams,
Yeah, Beams. I felt like that was going to seal the deal pretty much because even though Montrose, they just panicked. I haven't seen this in a while from the Demons and like that. And they just, every time, Gardel, for example, got the ball in the wing here and just bombed it. Like you said, they just need someone to tell them, say, hey, I reckon Heap kicked that goal when there was 12 minutes in this fourth quarter.
Yeah. So, it's an interesting game. We wrote off Montrose. They've obviously got young legs who can run out games, but Wantirna South, this is one that pegs them as one of the teams to beat in this division.
Oh, yeah, I think we've got to really respect the game that Wantirna South put out today. Certainly dominant in the early stages of that game. That second quarter, the 5 goals kept Montrose scoreless. We're on top of the game. Obviously, Montrose worked themselves back into it late, but I think it was certainly a big win for their sake, and they probably needed it as well because they've had a couple of close losses so far this season. Another update, Ferntree Gully defeated Oakley District by 20 points, so Ferntree Gully remain... so they had a loss last week, so they'll be 4-1, while Oakley District probably will slip out of the top 4 this week. Still waiting on some results around the grounds there. Haven't got anything else as of yet, but we will keep you updated on that. We do have awards to give out as well. The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day and the Eastland Sports Co. Player of the Game.
If my vote counts for anything, if Cricket doesn't get it, then I'll be very surprised. The one from the boundary where skill was a premium by foot today, and for him just to pierce it from the boundary line, what do you reckon about that?
Just quickly, Mooroolbark Beaconsfield scores a level 5-8, 38-4, 14-38 at Heights Reserve. And sorry, I wasn't listening there. Who would you give it to?
Crickets, or any other contenders there, Blake?
No, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I reckon I can back that in.
As the boys on the boundary will be grabbing an interview here, so we'll go to cross to them in just a second.
Looks like Dinesh.
And I think he would be my vote for the player of the game, the Eastland Sports Co player of the game. As we go boundary side.
Thanks, gents. We've got Jake Dinesh down here, the big ruckman for Wantirna South. I was just talking to you about how you've found yourself in similar positions before. What do you reckon has been the difference this game as opposed to previous attempts?
Yeah, I think weekly, mate, we're just learning something new every week. With Moyley coming in, and we've played some consistent footy as a group, but topping up, we've topped up again. It's just getting that continuity in the side, and taking learnings every week.
And about your own game, Brett, he would have been pretty happy with how you went, up against the Montrose ruckman.
Yeah, it was disappointing for the big fella to go down, Benny Johnson, but they battled well, the Montrose ruckman. But it's good to get back into some good form.
And going forward for the rest of the season as well, hopes would be pretty high, wouldn't they?
Yeah, look, mate, we think we're going to be okay, but it's just every week, mate, it's just something different pops up. It's such an even competition, so you can't pencil in any week, really. It's a very competitive division, as we know.
And I'll throw it over to the boys in the box. We'll have some questions for you.
Jake, it's Gavin in the broadcast box. I think your 1-2 punch with Beams is it's quite effectual. How do you like to manage the game with Beams and yourself? How do you work that relationship? Because it worked beautifully today.
Yeah, and that's something that's only happened in the last couple of weeks. We structured up a bit differently against Mooroolbark and Mitcham round 1 and 2. So this is probably the third week I've kind of gone back in. So like I said, just getting continuity and just getting the balance between doing too much and then going forward. So every week, mate, we're just finding the best chemistry, I suppose, for the side. So
And you said Ben Johnson going down was disappointing for them, but that would have given you confidence to dominate. Did you just take license to be the bigger man against Lord there and try to dominate him and realise that you can tap where you want it to be?
Yeah, I think we identified we could get an advantage in there, and we back our mids in, so we just wanted to get them on their bike really and start getting some centre clearances, and we did that, I think. So I'm pretty happy with the boys.
Oh, definitely. When you've got Wong and Lang roving to you, it looked pretty exciting at times for you, tapping it down to them and down their throat. It was exciting. I just wouldn't mind you giving a comment on your opposite number there in Lord, because it looked like he, if not got more confidence, he got more smarts around the contest. He was able to maybe push you off the centre of the ruck contest a little bit and get himself in the contest late in the game.
Yeah, I think when I get a bit gassed, I try not to just jump against him. I tried to body, but he had a bit of momentum and he was just starting to get on top a little bit. But he battled really well, mate. To ruck solo for pretty much 3 quarters. Full credit to him.
G'day, Jake. Blake Tennant here. Well done on the
mate.
victory, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Do you feel like this can kickstart your season? You know, I know you're 2-2, but this win could be very important for you guys.
Yeah, look, I think we back ourselves against most sides each week. We've been in every single game. We've led at three-quarter time against Mitcham and against South Belgrave. We just haven't executed in the last half an hour, but we've taken learnings from those and we've executed them in the last 2 weeks. So every single week, mate, this group's building, we're learning, and we're just getting better, I think. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what we can do in the next few weeks, and especially in the back half of the season.
Yeah, that second quarter was just outstanding and all that. Do you reckon you can stamp your authority and look back on that quarter at the Vision and say that we competed with the competition's best? You know, of course, Montrose will probably be up there and you guys will be up there as well. Do you feel like you can look back on that Vision and say, hey, that we can challenge these sides each and every week? Do you feel like you can do that as well?
Yeah, we definitely can. Our best is definitely good enough. It's just hard to maintain for 4 quarters. If you're doing that for 4 quarters, you're gonna really put sides away. But you know, it's just getting the consistency. I think sometimes if it's all or nothing, you can get hurt the other way. So it's just finding the right balance, mate.
Jake, it's Ray Baird here, mate. Look, your back six, they were under a hell of a lot of pressure there, particularly in the last half of that last quarter. So credit must go to them.
Yeah, they've held up pretty well, mate. And with my younger brother Nathan being out of the side the last few weeks, you know, it changes a little bit. You really want to get the back six settled, but it's the next man up, and whoever's in, they do a fucking great job.
And can we just get the final question with the message from the coach? Because it seemed like you were under the pump and you were holding off a surging opponent there. What was the message? Was it talking about what you did well, or is there a message in that last quarter from the coach?
Nah, the last quarter we just changed a few things structurally. We knew they were going to come. They wanted to surge the footy. They wanted to win the game. We just had to counteract that. We put a few defensive measures in place, and yeah, I think it held up towards the last 10 minutes there.
Yeah, just want a quick one as well. I don't know if you would have seen Lincoln Wong. We saw him go down. Do you know? Have you got any update on what happened? And did you see what happened, or is he okay?
I think he just caught one in the family jewels, mate. I think nothing to be concerned about. It would have hurt for him though. But yeah, no structural damage anywhere, which is good.
And what about your relationship? We'll just finish with this. Relationship with Wong, because he seems to know where the ball's going to land a lot more than any opposite number can.
Oh, mate, I've never seen anyone like it. His ability to read the contest, but then even outside stoppage work, his positioning. He probably had about 15 tackles today, really hard tackles. He's obviously he's the best player in the competition, as last year's League BNF showed. But he's just getting better and better. It's an absolute joy to play with him.
Yeah, he's such a gun. Oh, congratulations on your win. It looks like Wantirna South's on the up, and thanks for your time, Jake.
Thanks, boys. Cheers. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Cheers.
See you next time. Thanks, fellas.
So the ruckman there, who was dominant and mainly circumstantial, he knew he had the advantage once Ben Johnson went down. But it doesn't mean that you're certain of a best on-ground effort. But some of his taps down to Wong and Lang was really electrifying.
But also, when you're in that position, like when the opposition ruckman goes down, you still got to do the job.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to do the job. And he look, the amount of times he gave Lincoln Wong the ball, and and they put it to good use. And that's a great win for Wantirna South. They're, as Brett Moyle said, there was games there earlier in the year where they were ahead at three-quarters time and threw the lead away. But now they know that they can withhold that pressure that comes in the last quarter, and I think they'll move on from here.
Yeah, I think they can too. Like I said to Jake, I think this can kickstart them because, they're beating games. For example, they were in the game against Mitcham, and they were in the game against the ladder-leading South Belgrave. So they definitely are, and I feel like this win is very important for the club and also the playing group, because then they had that belief to say that they knocked off again another great powerhouse, kind of thing of club of Montrose. So, but yeah, I think very good win, very impressive as well.
So where do Montrose go?
It's a good thought, and we will get to that because there's plenty still to discuss. But we are going to go to a short ad break here for the Eastland match of the round. Wantirna South, 13-point winners.
Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation. She was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. Love the game, not the odds game between Montrose and Wantirna South. It was the Devils who walked out with the winners here today. First and foremost, we talked about Wantirna South on how brilliant they played today, but we've got to talk about the opposition, of course, in Montrose. What do you guys thought of Montrose this game? I know the second quarter was probably the worst we've probably seen of Montrose in recent times. What do you reckon?
I think that's more credit to what Wantirna South were able to produce. My concern's not really there for Montrose. I think we're just seeing a side that's really starting to click into gear in Wantirna South. And as you mentioned before, I mean, the game against Mitcham and South Belgrave were winnable games. So even though their record was 2-2, they could easily have been 4-0. So I'm not too concerned about Montrose. I don't know what you think, Ray, if that's something you noticed during the game.
No, well, as we know, you lose your ruckman. That's one thing. But there was they went to sleep in that second quarter. But there were some good signs out of it. And you mentioned Blake during the that they put mentor play onto Lincoln Wong, and he's only a young player. He tried very hard, and he did shut him down on certain instances. But I just thought that. The best player, in my opinion, all day was Bradley Watson on the wing. I thought he did. He's one player that can really hold his head high. He really contributed last week as well. I think he got about 38 touches last week. So really solid game. Before we get into Paul's stats, I reckon we should get into our votes. So the first one we got is the Sportsco, I believe, player of the game. And
Sportsco Eastland, yep.
And then we've also got the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I'll start off with you, Gav. Who's your Sportsco Eastland player of the day?
Well, I want to mention Dinesh and Lang, but I think Wong, the amount of times he gets his hands on it, it's not by chance. And so for that reason, he's class, and he's the class of the day. And Figa Marley, he's got a bit of something about him.
Well, he was an ex-Eastern Rangers listed player and also won a league
BNF and under 17s, and I believe I got told this. He played 4 games and he won the league BNF in under 17s.
Wow.
So
Okay,
he's a talent.
there
He didn't play football for a little bit, but now he's come back and he's really cemented himself as one of the players of the competition to watch.
Yeah, did some nice things, like just poise.
So my votes are very similar to Gavin. Fegamali was in the vote. Lang was very good, but Lincoln Wong was the best player on the ground as far as I could see.
Yep, I couldn't agree more there as well. You want to touch on there, Paul, as well?
Yeah,
You
I
happy with that?
reckon. Yeah, I reckon Wong was the best player on the ground. Dennis was good, and also Lang as well. But yeah, I agree with you guys. Wong was the best today.
And just quickly, we got the Tubman Brothers goal of the day. Who are we going to go there? I think we've mentioned someone.
There wasn't really too many others.
No, it wasn't, no.
The one I like was, I think it was Hewitt over there on the boundary line. I think it was in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Hewitt kicked one there from the boundary line, swung around
Hewitt,
on his foot.
Yeah.
That to me, that was a good goal, but that's only one I've thrown up there.
Well, whoever was from the boundary line, if I'm confused, I apologise, but there was one from the boundary line. It was a beauty.
Yeah, I'm sure that was Hewitt in the second quarter.
Oh, okay.
Well, he kicked one in the first quarter and the second quarter.
So we're going to go with Hewitt.
We've already sent the boys down to, I think, get it for Karaka. So
okay, whatever. Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah.
That's an honourable mention. Honourable mention, I reckon.
It might have even been him, the one I'm thinking about. It was in the second quarter.
You've confused me now. I'm really...
I agree with
okay.
that. Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to go have a look now at Paul's stats. Paul, can you just tell us a few big stats that I reckon we might go from a Montrose point of view here, that kind of let them down today. Can you give us an insight to that, please?
In the statistics, the clearances were pretty even, but it was 38 to 33 in favour of Wantirna South. But I felt Wantirna South with the clearances had a bit more of an impact than Montrose in the early stages of the game. Montrose, they actually had 12 more inside 50s, but it's just that until the last quarter, they kept going at it, but it was just, they couldn't really find the goals till the last quarter. But credit to Wantirna South. I thought, they were very good, but a lot of these stats are, I feel they're very even. So,
sorry to interrupt you, Paul. Just got a few around the ground scores. Warrandyte hold on for their first win of the season by 6 points. So
6 points.
Much closer than probably we thought. Again, Fair Park really pushed them.
Didn't someone say that Warrandyte will win huge? I don't know.
Yeah,
who.
I did. I did. I said that. Yep.
And Mitcham by 20 points defeated Lilydale, got away in that
They had
last quarter.
They had a little scare.
They did. Beaconsfield, the game's not over. A minute ago, they did kick a goal from the boundary line to give them a 1 point lead, so they are holding on at the moment. They've been inaccurate today.
I swear there's always just been a close game down at the Heights Reserve.
Well, that would be 3 games in a row that's been, it's less than a kick. The Division 4 results, Surrey Park, Kilsyth and Churnside Park all got off comfortably. Division 3, as we mentioned, Furniture Gully defeated Oakley District. Sylvan 25-point win over Coldstream. That's a big win for the Cats. That shows that they're for real this season. And as we mentioned, Warrandyte 6-point winners. Heathmont defeated East Burwood, so the Rams go 1-4. Still waiting on a result at Mulgrave. Templestowe led there by a small margin. Boronia 103 points over Knox. Waverley Blues similar sort of margin against Upper Furniture Gully. Ringwood were 12 points up against the Basin. Cannot get a score from South Belgrave Bayswater yet. And then Beaconsfield had another score, so they now lead by 7 points, so they probably should hold on there. And then jumping back into Premier Division, still waiting for another update at Blackburn. Doncaster East looks set to be home against Noble Park.
That's a big one.
Rowville defeated South Croydon. Vermont defeated Baldwin. East Ringwood very comfortable over Doncaster, and Norwood got the job done against Park Orchards.
The big thing about those results is we don't have to listen to Blake Tennant anymore saying that Oakley Districts are undefeated at home this year.
What'd you call it on the weekend?
The Fortress. The Fortress.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone else say that. I think that's just something you've
Yeah, well, I'm trying to, they've struggled a bit, so I'm trying to, pump them up a bit as much as I can. But I have to say that's a great win by. I know we they're a powerhouse club for a respective reason, and that is Vermont. And to win on a Champions Day game, 200 games, to Robbie Ross, that's just a credit to Vermont. It has happened in the past. I think Bayswater also won with Joel Galvin playing his 250th. So milestone games are a bit different, I feel like.
Well, the efforts get sustained. And if you get rewarded for efforts early in football, we know what momentum can do for a footy club. But you're right. Milestones are good for 15 minutes. But if you're not in the contest, they can certainly... but once you're in the contest, it's game on.
I was just going to say, an interesting weekend of results across the entire AFNL, and plenty of surprises. Another late ending, and plenty to discuss on the weekend recovery, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And Doncaster East did confirm that they did get the job done against Noble Park at Pat Wright Senior Oval. So
that's
we
a
said
big,
it makes
the second year in a row.
Yeah, it does. And it, certainly now in Premier Division, it's wide open, I think, with the sides at the top. There's some
and with Baldwin and Noble Park both going down, King's birthday coming up, that's going to be a ripper of a game too.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Should be another close one.
I think I also said that we actually could have waited for Noble and Bald to be undefeated till King's birthday. But I don't think
they both lost.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. So it was a very happy day for us Tigers fans. I know it's AFL, but the Tigers are back. I'm saying it right now. We're back for a little bit. We're back for a short time. But it is Tiger time. But anyway, I just want to say thank you everyone for tuning in today, whether you're on the YouTube stream or the radio on 98.1. Thank you so much for joining. Gavin, mate, it's an absolute privilege to welcome you back, mate. You're a star, and thanks for joining.
My pleasure when I can be involved. Fantastic.
Ray Baird, special comments, mate. Horrendous job.
Blake.
No worries.
Good, mate.
To Paul, the stats, really good job today, mate. Chili proud, another week. And Ryan in our scores, thank you. And also to two boundary liners in Josh Ward and Jared Beelan.
And Liam Megan Green as well.
I was going to but thank you all. Cheers.